Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. We will now continue our seminar with more inspiring speakers. We kindly invite everyone to return to your seat and to our online participant. We hope you stay with us until the end of the event. Honorable guests, our next session will be guided by our moderator, Ms. Beatrix Yunarti Manehat. She is lecturer and researcher specializing in financial accounting and sustainability accounting, with extensive experience in teaching, research, and community engagement. Her academic and professional work focus on integration, environmental, and social accountability into accounting practice, as reflected through her publication, training programs, invited talks, and conference presentation. She has demonstrated strong leadership as a secretary in academic institution, financial auditor, and founder of BYM Foundation, while also serving as a trainee in the sustainability accounting, West Bank management, and environmental cost identification. Ms. Beatrix has also been recognized for her achievement and her review roles showing and deep committing to fighting sustainability. Let us warmly welcome to Mr. Beatrix to the stage with a big round of applause.
Okay, good day everyone. Are you guys still excited? Can you guys just give one big applause again to support our event today? Okay, thank you so much Ibu Dekan Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis, Ibu RC, Pater Pascalis, and also Ibu Melsi who join us today. And guys, next we will move on to the following session with our respected speaker, Dr. Tresya Gunawan. Ibu, can you hear my voice?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for waiting, Ibu.
Panggilan untuk
Okay, before
yang
we
berada di
begin,
luar.
okay, I'm so sorry. We have like a little trouble about the technique. Okay,
Can you hear me?
guys?
Please?
Can you hear me, Ibu?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, we can continue. Thank you so much, Ibu. So before we begin, let's first check the weather. Ibu, how are you today?
Oh, I'm really fine and I'm really happy today because I can attend this very special event from Widya Mandira.
Thank you so much. I just think that it's the second time you join us in Unwira. The first you
Yes,
come offline and
and I'm very
online.
happy for that.
Thank you so much, Ibu. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to briefly introduce Ibu Tresya Gunawan. So Dr. Tresya Gunawan completed her Doctor of Philosophy in 2015 at Eindhoven University of Technology, the Netherlands. She is currently a lecturer at Parayangan Katolik University, Faculty of Social Political Sciences. Since 2024, she has served as the Director of Interdisciplinary Research Center for Circular Economy and Sustainability in Parayangan Katolik University. She is also the Director of PT Cipta Inovasi Lestari, Food Sharing from Bandung Cuk Community since 2023, and has produced numerous publications in accredited national and international journal. So after we know our respected speaker, as for the session format, Ibu Tresya will deliver her presentation for about 30 minutes, followed by a 15 minutes Q&A session. So without further ado, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Tresya Gunawan to share her presentation. So Ibu, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for our beautiful moderator, Ibu Bea. So, hello all. At first, I would like to say happy birthday to the Faculty of the Economy of Widya Mandira. And of course, don't forget to light the candle, slice the cake, and send the cake to Bandung. So the campus and the people in Widya Mandira campus, I think is really close to my heart because their passion, their warmth, and their spirit is very special. And thank you so much for the Ibu Dekan, Ibu Prosperanda, dan Ibu Beatrix, my friend, my very close friend, who invite me to this event. So, normally we start a presentation with pantun, but today I will start it with a quote. Let me share my presentation right now. Can all of you see my screen right now?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, this is the quotes that I bring to this event today. Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Yeah, this is from Martin Luther King. Yes, my name is Teresia Gunawan. I'm from Parahyangan Katolik University, and today I will present with the title Social Entrepreneurship from Local Wisdom to Global Market. So, if we open our eyes, we open our heart, and of course, if we open newspaper, we can read so many news about what the world complex challenges now we facing. We face poverty problem, environmental damage, unfair payment, social issue, issues with health, unemployment, dan saudara-saudara, kemiskinan itu sangat nyata. And here, we will talk about what is actually the role of the business. We believe that a business should not only seek for a profit, right? So, social entrepreneurship, and it is an initiative and innovative solution to address the local issues and sustainable development goals. And of course, we need more business than only not running business as usual. We need social entrepreneur. And of course, we encourage here many young generation in the room or in the Zoom meeting, so we can create our own business, establish your business, and become a social entrepreneurs. We need it. Why? Why we need more social entrepreneur? Because with social entrepreneur, we can solve the big issue. At least we can mitigate it. The problem with poverty, unemployment, education, health, and of course the environmental problem. And with social entrepreneur, we are not just making money, but we can also support many social mission in this world. And of course, we can also help the vulnerable and rural communities and providing them job and improve their income and their skill. And of course, with the social entrepreneurship, we can have positive impact to the people, planet, and the profit. So, actually, we have seen that many good initiatives about social entrepreneurship, but they fail. Yeah, I have two cases here. As you know, if eFeeder, this is a very big startup. Actually, this is from Bandung. The startup is about application that can help the fish and the shrimp farmer can feed their fish from anywhere at any time. So just using the application, then we can feed our fish or shrimp at any time, at anywhere. But then we read the news. The owner make a fake financial statement, financial report to the clients, and suddenly the companies becomes ruined. Ya. Padahal mereka bayangkan eFeeder ini mendapatkan dana bantuan startup sebesar 200 juta US dollar. It's equal to 3 triliun, Ibu dan Bapak. Gak main-main pendanaan yang mereka dapatkan. But they don't have responsibility. They don't manage the money with mungkin dengan integritas ya. We need integrity here. And then we also have another startup. We call it Tani Fund. They give pinjaman online. They give loan to the farmer. But the problem is they cannot really teach the farmer how to manage the money, how to manage the loan, and then the farmer should pay back for the loan that they have given. Actually, this social entrepreneurship has very good goals. Why? Because they try to cut the chain of the distributor from the farmer to the customer. So the customer can directly buy the harvest from the farmer through the application Tani Fund. But at the end, this is also fail. Jadi kita lihat ya, banyak sekali ya kegagalan di dalam dunia social entrepreneur. Jadi kalau kita tadi banyak mendengar banyak hal yang berhasil, tapi kita juga harus waspada gitu ya. Banyak hal yang ternyata juga gagal gitu ya. Nah, sekarang pertanyaannya, why did those companies fail? What kind of social business should be implemented? So, establishing and keep the company running, I think is not easy, yeah, because it has a lot of risk. We need money to run the business, and what I know, some of the startup when they got money from the investor, and then suddenly everyone in the company that has better idea how to spend the money. So this is talking about integrity, yeah. When we talk about finance, and then of course, customer maybe they don't want to pay higher price for social or ecological friendly goods. Yeah, many people say it like, I love eco-friendly products, but once they see the price tag of the product and then they run away. Tapi saya percaya itu tidak terjadi di sini. Kita pencinta eco-friendly, tapi kita juga siap untuk membayar harganya. Okay, yeah. And managing both business and social mission at once can be difficult. And of course, if we have lack of trust and we miss the trust from the public, and then it can ruin everything in your company. So in reality, it's not easy, especially for local or small company to against big company. Yeah, here we see like David and Goliath, they fight to win the competition. And reflection, during my 24 years in research journey, I found a very special good practice of a local wisdom from a small entrepreneur. Very interesting. It is from Lombok. If you search Google, you can read Ude Rempah Organik. Ya. Jadi ini sebuah perusahaan namanya Bapak Muhir. Very tempatnya sangat terpencil, tapi dari tempat kecil tersebut di Lombok, mereka berhasil melakukan ekspor ke Amerika ya. Dan sudah berjalan selama 20 tahun secara konsisten ya. So, what is special about Pak Muhir? Why should I bring this story to this meeting? So, I have an opportunity to interview Pak Muhir, and he shared his lesson learned from his 20 years as a social entrepreneur. He said like, never cheat your buyer. As an exporter, he never mixed the good product and the lower quality product together and send it to the buyer. Never do that. And he said, never take standardization lightly. He's very strict with standardization. And I think this is also very important for all of us. Never see farmers as lower or less important than yourself. You should treat them equally. And then we also need to teach our partner to have the same value with the culture of the company. What is the vision of the company? So your partner should also know and also live with that vision. Sebelumnya kita dengar ya tadi Tani Hub bisa gagal gitu ya, karena apa? Visinya nggak sama dengan visi petani yang dibantu gitu ya. Jadi kita bisa melihat how Pak Muhir will step by step teach the farmer to become his alliance, jadi satu aliansi dengan bisnis UD Rempah Organik, dan mereka berhasil 20 tahun melakukan ekspor and still exist until now. And he said, we need also to improve of the family farmer skill and income. Jadi tidak hanya membantu petani, tetapi kita juga harus bisa mengencourage, memempower ibu-ibu, istri petani, dan anak-anak dari petani. And then farmer should have profit, gitu ya. So not only company have profit, but farmer has profit, and then I can earn a profit too. This is the principle, the local wisdom from Pak Muhir. And what I learned from his leadership blends entrepreneurial discipline, social mission, and environmental concern. And these leaderships, they form the cultural foundation of the UD Rempah Organik. He also shared about his key success factor. He said he has a triangle collaboration which connects farmer, the exporter, and the buyer. So they said they have a very strong collaboration, and this collaboration already exists for more than 20 years. So what is actually the key success of the collaboration? How could them stay in the collaboration for such a long time? So the principle is the local leader can treat all the partner equally. So here the partnership are built on the foundation or equality, where each party is valued and contributes according to the respective capacities. Ya, jadi perlakukan semua dengan sama, perlakukan buyer dengan baik, perlakukan petani juga dengan baik. And they also have transparency here, openness to the information, and honest communication are the key to the building trust and avoiding conflict. So petani-petani can search the price, actually the international price of the family. So they can check it, and then they know the others company also maybe offer the other maybe different price. They can choose to which exporter they want to sell their family. It's transparency, everything is transparency, and they build trust. Yeah, trust is the central element strengthening partnership, especially in the long-term collaboration. So here trust is very important ya. Trust itu seperti uang ya, susah didapatkan, gampang hilang ya. Tapi begitu uangnya hilang, kita langsung paling mengingat siapa yang pernah meminjam uang tersebut ya. Jadi trust is very important. Kita harus keep selalu trust kepada customer, kita trust kepada petani-petani juga. Dan di sini saking trustnya gitu ya, he allow the buyer from United States come to Lombok and directly meet the farmers ya. Bisa komunikasi langsung dengan farmers, bisa bertukar nomor kontak dengan farmers because he trusts his partner, both side he trusts them. Dan petani juga memiliki trust kepada perusahaan. Mereka percaya bahwa perusahaan selalu memberikan juga harga yang terbaik dan memberikan banyak hal-hal pelatihan dan bantuan-bantuan sosial kepada mereka, dan oleh karena itu mereka sangat trust, even though sometimes the other buyer exporter can like give them higher price, but they don't sell it to the other exported because they trust UD Rempah Organik. And of course, when we have collaboration, it must be mutual benefit. All the partners should have profit from all this collaboration. Jadi buyer harus profit, si perusahaan harus profit, dan petani juga harus profit. Itu kuncinya gitu ya. Semua harus mendapatkan profit. Tidak ada satu yang dirugikan, and no one left behind. Also, we have a vision alignment. Ini PR berat ya, to make a vision alignment. Moving forward together in one clear purpose. Kita lihat bagaimana komitmen dari UD Organik mendampingi petani supaya kita bisa berjalan in the same vision. Jadi, once you want to make a organic vanilla, this is not easy job ya. Ini butuh waktu, komitmen, dedikasi. Takes years ya, bisa bertahun-tahun untuk membinanya. Perlu 1 tahun to introduce what is organic vanilla to the farmers, and then we need 3 years to guide the farmer to have practicing on organic vanilla. After 3 years, and then they can test the product of the organic vanilla, and when it is passed, so they can have certification of organic vanilla, and then they can reach the same goals, export of organic vanilla. So this is how the Rempah Organik itu membangun visinya bersama-sama dengan petani. Petani tahu jelas apa yang ingin dicapai dan bagaimana cara mencapainya, dan berjalan bersama. So there is no cheating also from the farmers. Tidak ada petani yang tiba-tiba menambahkan pupuk kimia ke dalam vanili organik mereka, ke dalam tanaman mereka. Karena apa? Dalam proses ini ada proses penyamaan visi, ada proses penyamaan tujuan yang dilakukan. So if you want to have a business, just make sure that your partner also get the strong vision, the same vision with yours. Besides the values of the collaborations, I also found that sustainable value and standard operating procedures is a must for the social entrepreneur. Without standard operating procedure, I think we cannot survive the company, and we cannot get the contract for the long term. So, UD Rempah Organik, they have very strong commitment to standard operation procedures. They're very strict enforcing that SOP for production, post-harvest handling, and quality testing. When I remember, he has like more than 30 SOP for activities in the company. Jadi SOP itu menjadi sangat penting. Lebih dari 30 SOP yang dibuat dengan sangat ringkas, dengan sangat rinci, sangat rinci dari proses bagaimana petani melakukan kegiatan produksi dan sampai akhirnya pengepakan untuk ekspor. Even they have SOP also for the customer. Once the customer in United States receive the product, they have SOP how to handle the product that they receive. Ya, jadi sampai customer pun punya SOP-nya supaya apa? Supaya produk itu yang diterima dan disimpan oleh customer itu bisa punya jangka waktu yang panjang gitulah. Cara merawatnya, cara menyimpannya itu menjadi penting gitu ya, supaya apa? Customer pun tidak dirugikan ya. Yang menariknya gitu ya, even though this is a small company, but they think globally ya. produk dari organic vanilla ini gitu ya already meet USDA and FDA international standard. Ini standar yang sangat berat ya untuk melakukan ekspor and are tested in that sampai dikirim ke Nederland. Jadi kalau bisa lihat ininya sertifikat ya, mereka mengirimkan produk itu untuk dites ke Nederland, ke Amsterdam untuk melihat kualitas 99 parameter kualitas produk organik yang layak untuk diekspor, dan mereka mampu melewati 99 tes tersebut. Jadi kita lihat even the small, they are local, but they really keep the trust, they really keep the integrity, dan mereka hanya mau beri yang terbaik buat customer mereka. What's a value ya, ini luar biasa saya pikir dari sebuah local wisdom dari timur ya, dari Lombok. Ya tetangga sedikit lah ya dengan Kupang ya, dekat-dekat ya Bea ya. Okay. And then this high level of compliance assure buyer and position that a firm as a trusted organic exporter. Jadi Pak Muhir nih pernah cerita ya, pada saat harga organik vanilla ini sedang tinggi-tingginya, buyer se-Indonesia itu kelimpungan mencari vanilla. Apa yang dilakukan? Semua vanilla yang kualitasnya rendah itu pun dicari dan mereka ingin kirimkan untuk ekspor. Dan ya tentu saja gitu ya, udah rempah organik punya yang low quality ya, low quality product. Dan para eksportir lainnya minta kepada Pak Muhir ini, boleh nggak kami beli gitu, kami beli vanilla yang kurang bagus ini kualitasnya, karena ini ekspor lagi tinggi-tingginya harganya. Pak Muhir menolak, saya tidak akan jual kualitas vanilla yang rendah gitu. Tapi kemudian terus ditanya sampai akhirnya Pak Muhir berpikir, kalau saya tidak berikan, pasti mereka akan meminta anak buah saya gitu ya, meminta anak buah saya untuk mengambil vanilla yang lower grade ini untuk diekspor karena harganya sedang tinggi-tingginya, lebih mahal dari harga emas pada saat itu. Oleh karena itu apa yang dilakukan oleh Pak Muhir? Dia membakar seluruh vanilla low grade yang dia miliki supaya eksportir nakal tidak mengekspor vanilla low grade tersebut ke luar negeri. Karena apa? Karena dia akan ingin menjaga komitmennya. Karena once itu ketahuan di luar negeri, oh ya ini kok kualitasnya rendah, itu akan ditelusuri dari mana asal vanilla tersebut, dan bisa kelacak itu berasal dari UD rempah organik. So with this commitment, with this integrity, even though now we see tarif from Uncle Sam country dari United States very high. Mr. Trump make a regulations and surprise us. They increase the tariff of the import to United States. But surprisingly, all the buyer from United States, they say to Uda Rempah Organik, they stay commit to buy all the harvest production from Uda Rempah Organik, even though the price is very high, because they commit and they trust the Uda Rempah Organik. So that's how it's work. Jadi walaupun saat ini tarif tinggi-tingginya gitu ya, kita bisa lihat sampai April di sini tahun 2025 ada beritanya gitu ya. Tapi kita bisa lihat pembeli buyer dari Amerika tetap konsisten membeli, bahkan seluruh hasil panen itu bersedia diserap oleh pasar Amerika ya. It's very luar biasa kalau menurut saya, amazing. So when we talk about sustainability, so Uda Rempah Organik also has high concern to the environment. If a farmer is caught, kalau kedapatan potong pohon, menebang pohon di forest, produk vanilla from that farmers will be not accepted for 1 year. They will not buy the harvest production from the farmers if they are caught to cut the trees. Ya, jadi ketahuan cutting trees akan di ban ya dari udah rempah organik because they really concerned about environment. And of course, for sustainability, never mix the good quality and bad quality of vanilla. And if the farmer want to work together with udah rempah organik, they must be willing to learn how to become organic vanilla farmers, which is ya stepnya tadi kita tahu ya bahwa step itu panjang bertahun-tahun kalau ingin menjadi partner ya. And as the result ya kita menjaga sustainability, kualitas dari produk, kita juga menjaga lingkungan. Vanilla organik ya, organic vanilla become a green goal of masyarakat Lombok saat ini. Karena harganya luar biasa dan tetap keep sending product, keep exporting product to the abroad, and vanilla organik asal Lombok itu sangat diminati oleh pasar ya. So when you have the same value with your customer, with your partner, the value of sustainability, and then it will create mutual understanding ya. Jadi ada satu ikatan ya, ikatan kita terikat pada komitmen sustainability. Ini yang membuat ikatan antara partner itu semakin kuat. Karena apa? Kita sama-sama mencintai lingkungan, kita sama-sama ingin jujur, kita sama-sama ingin bumi kita menjadi lebih baik. So this is a very strong bonding among those three partners ya, tadi dari buyer, dari petani, dan juga dari udah rempah organik sebagai eksportir. And interestingly gitu ya, the profit are not only reinvest into the business but also directed into community development, such as road construction, sanitation facilities, scholarship, and women's empowerment program. Jadi buyer dari United States, mereka juga kirimkan uang ke udah rempah organik, dan bersama-sama juga rempah organik menyisihkan keuntungan yang mereka membangun jalan ya, dari kampung petani sampai ke lahan-lahan pertaniannya itu dibangunkan jalan. So now they can use motorcycle ya to reach their plantation area ya. Jadi bisa pakai motor sekarang. Jadi kalau dulu mereka itu bukan petani organik tapi petani olahraga gitu ya. They needs berjalan berkilo-kilometer gitu ya untuk berjalan dari kampung menuju plantation area-nya mereka gitu ya, ke kebun mereka. Tapi sekarang dengan adanya dengan adanya jalan tersebut mereka bisa menggunakan motor ya, menjadi lebih mudah. So when we talk about actually collaboration, the collaboration is not only for these three partners but it will be also enlarged into the other partners ya. Jadi ada partners lain yaitu pentahelix ya, kalau kita berbicara partner from government, partner from university, media, NGO, and of course the buyer and also maybe local agency and so on. So we have so many partners here. So it is important for us to have a good collaboration with them all. Yeah, normally what I know, governments and business owner is not really close friend ya. They are not bestie ya, the government and the business owner. Biasanya seperti anjing dan kucing gitu ya, saling kejar-kejaran gitu. Nah, but here udah rempah organik, they open for collaboration. Even they invite the government from seperti dinas pertanian also can come to the farmer and give training to the farmer about pesticides, natural pesticide, about natural fertilizer. So they open for all collaboration. And of course, this partnership enhance the company institutional ecosystem and global readiness ya. Jadi banyak support dari berbagai kalangan itu akan membantu kita menjadi lebih stronger and bigger. So collaboration has evolved ya. Jadi kalau dulu kita sepertinya hidup sendiri, nobody even remember gitu ya, cuma hidup buat diri sendiri gitu ya. Nowadays I think we need to open our eyes ya. We need to have partnership. We need to have collaboration. This is time for collaboration. Collaboration has evolved just like human have, from working alone to working together in smarter and more connected ways. Jadi mari kita berkolaborasi. There's no boundaries right now, such as today. I can also reach you through the Zoom, and we can talk directly from the Zoom. So there is no reasons for us not to collaborate, yeah. And collaboration is very important nowadays. And the true collaboration means sharing knowledge freely, breaking silos, and empowering everyone to contribute. Tadi kalau kita lihat gambar sebelumnya David melawan Goliat, tapi we can see the new modern David right now. Dia duduk di atas bahu seorang raksasa gitu ya, and they have business collaboration. So my message also for you today, if you are small right now, if you are local entrepreneurship, so do not close your networking, open your heart, open your networking, create connection with the big company, create connection with the export company, with a company abroad, and then you will be growing together, become a better company, both a small and big company, become a close friend, and become a good bestie. So that's all my presentation. Thank you so much, and I give back the forum to Ibu. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, wow, it sounds nice, Ibu. Thank you once again, Ibu, for the inspiring presentation. So now we will begin the question and answer session. We will open the opportunity for two participants, both from the on-site audience and those joining us via Zoom, to ask their question. Each question will be answered directly by our speaker after it is asked. So we kindly remind everyone to mention your name and your university affiliation before asking your question. For those who wish to ask, please raise your hand either here in person or by using the raise hand feature on Zoom. Okay, so guys, is there any question? Okay, we have one here in the front of the us. Can you guys give the microphone? One here and then one in my left side.
Check.
Okay,
Check.
we start with the girls first.
Thank you for the time given. My name is Fanny. My question is, in your opinion, what should beginners have when starting a social enterprise, and how can they keep their business sustainable in the long run? Thank you.
Okay, can you hear the question clearly, Ibu?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Fanny, for a very good questions. Yeah, in my opinion, how should the young generation maybe start their social entrepreneurship business? Okay, I think at first what we need is to know what is actually the needs of our society. Ya, jadi kita bisa cek, kita bisa investigate. Actually, ada kebutuhan apa yang bisa kita penuhi dari masyarakat. So, when you start from the needs of the people, you start the needs of the customer, and then at least you already have a buyer for your products. That's very important. So, try to create something that people needed. Don't start from what you like to do, what you can do, but try to combine it. Yeah, that's the first step. And then after that, please open collaboration with the other company, because you cannot work alone. So in many terms, you can get help such as funding, you can get reference, you can also have a supplier, you can have maybe technological help such as application. It will help you to build your company. So I think at first, for you, really needs to know what is actually the needs, what is the social issue that you want to solve, and then the second, make collaboration, and then I also suggest you the third, please do it with integrity and start with small. Okay? Start with small. So be responsible with a small business before it's become bigger. Jadi kalau bisa gitu ya, jangan banyak-banyak dulu bikin promise ya bahwa kita akan tambah tenaga kerja terus gitu ya. So kebanyakan dari kesalahan startup itu they spend too much in the beginning of their company. So start modest, simple. Kita mulai dari hal yang kecil, sederhana, tapi kuat, konsisten, dan kokoh. Itu yang kayaknya kita perlu bangun untuk startup kita saat ini. Karena belajar ya from the many startup that fail in this country because they start with terlalu tergesa-gesa, terlalu terburu-buru yang besar. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu, for the really great answer. Now let's move on the second question. Time is yours. Guys, can you help to give the microphone?
Thank you. Thanks you for the time. My name is Robi. Question: how can a beginner identify the social business opportunities that fit the needs of the shortage community? Thank you.
Okay, Ibu, sorry, can you hear clearly, or I just repeat it?
Okay. Can you repeat it again?
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Budi ya?
Okay.
Kalau tidak.
His name is Robi.
Oh, Robi
Okay.
ya. Robi.
His name is Robi, and the question is, how can a beginner identify social business opportunities that fit the needs of the surrounding community? I'm sorry, once again, how can a beginner identify social business opportunities that fit the needs of the surrounding community, Ibu? Is it clear?
Okay. Yes, it's clear right now.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Bea.
Yeah.
So, start with the simple things. See clearly your environments, yeah. Which is actually the potential that we have in our environment. It can be an opportunity for your business. For example, maybe in your village or in your city, you have a lot of kayak tadi ya lontar ya. What I learned from Ibu Hana before ya. You can start from the potential things from your city or your area or your village. You can start from that, and then we can also start from the problem of our community. For example, in that area they have lack of water. We can start a business with water. From the area we know that less people has access to good food, then maybe we can create a good food also for the society. So just playing around gitu ya, banyak jalan-jalan, banyak exploring, and then you will see so many opportunities in front of all of us. Ya, jadi intinya banyak main, jangan banyak di rumah, jangan banyak nonton internet gitu ya, tapi gunakan internet itu untuk browsing, buka kacamata kita, buka jendela kita gitu ya, supaya apa? Knows about this world, knows about the problem of this world, and semua problem-problem tersebut, semua potensi-potensi tersebut, it is the start of the beginning of our opportunity to create a business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu. I hope it's clear, Kakak Robi. Okay, so thank you again, Ibu, for your thoughtful response, and thank you to our participants for your active participation. Let's give our respected speaker a warm round of applause, guys. Okay, thank you. To summarize briefly, this session has reminded us of the importance of sustainability, collaboration, and innovation in building environmentally responsible systems and communities. So with that, I'm so sorry because of the time, Ibu. With that, we conclude this session. Once again, thank you, Ibu, for sharing your time and valuable insight with us. Now I will return to this decision to our MC for the certificate presentation and group photo.
Thank you. Check. Thank you, Dr. Teresia Gunawan, for your informative presentation. We will now proceed to certificate awarding and photo session. We kindly ask you to keep your camera on. On my call, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, and we return to session to moderator.
Okay, thank you so much, Karin, and thank you so much, Ibu. See you again online next time. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, guys, now we move to our other speakers who already joined us offline today. Now we are moving forward to the next agenda, featuring our respected speaker, Ibu Melsi Anita Mansula. Okay, since Kakak Melsi will presenting offline, let us first invite her to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause as we welcome Kakak Melsi here. Terima kasih Kakak Melsi karena sudah hadir bersama kami offline di siang hari ini. So how are you, Kakak? Is it good to join us again in Widya Mandira Katolik University today?
Very good. This is like several times already to be here, and so excited to meet you all and share something maybe good for you as well.
Okay, thank you so much for support Unwira Chu always. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly introduce our honor guest, Ibu Melsi Anita Mansula. She is currently the CEO of Mutiara Timor Plastic Recycling Center located in Kupang, East Nusa Tenggara Province, a position she has held since March 2020. She earned her master's degree in urban and environmental planning from Griffith University, Australia, where she studied from June 2018 to October 2019 as an of the Australia Award Scholarship. In addition to her professional achievement, Ibu Melsi is also a member of Autasi Manekat. Okay, Autasi Manekat is a diving community committed to coral reef restoration and promoting love for marine life, where she has been actively involved since 2021. Okay, so I would like to highlight that today's guys season will be particularly so rich as we have the opportunity to hear insight directly from a practitioner perspective. For today's season, Ibu Melsi will deliver her presentation for 30 minutes, followed by a 15-minute discussion session where participants can ask questions. So, without further delay, let's us warmly welcome Ibu Melsi Mansula to share her insight. So, Ibu Melsi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Beatrix. Okay. Can I stand? Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello. Why so? Sudah makan kan? Can I get more exciting greetings again, please? Hello, everyone. Are you ready to be entrepreneurship one day? You should be ready because one day, the world needs more entrepreneur to be to make Indonesian great again. Oh, it's not America great again, but because one of the why I choose to be entrepreneur, one of the reason is because I get influenced by Ciputra. Do you know Ciputra? One of the biggest property developer in Indonesia. Ciputra, and he said that to make Indonesia have economic development, great economic development, you need more people to do in business. That's it. And then I hope one of you probably one of you in the future will be one of have a great be a great businesswoman and businessman one day, maybe in 10 and 20 years later. Everybody doesn't know. Just believe it. It is something happening as well with Mutiara Timor, because why Mutiara Timor born and then serve people in Kupang? Because I see something that important that we need to solve. Because my background is from environment, from the perspective of the other speakers, we didn't make a product, but we solve a problem to encourage people to join this movement. And this movement is also something like there are a business cycle in there, because without business, we can't really stand by our own. Seperti yang Kak Hana tadi bilang ya, kalau at the end we have to stand on our own to keep going with our social movement. And what can we make to keep going is from the profit we make in the business to keep the social movement forward. So something like that. Okay. Boleh next. Nah, so in this presentation, I will show you about the business model of Mutiara Timor, and also what makes it can grow, because it is now, we have been developed for 5 years since 2022, and puji Tuhannya, we still alive, still survive until 2025. And I will share how we can survive and develop until now, and how this idea can be developed, and how you can validate that. If this can make something business cycle, and it can be sustain your idea in the future. Okay, and then belum. Terus how we can get the funding, because at the beginning, actually, the funding is all from my family, and I from my beasiswa. What left for my scholarship, I save, and when I back to Kupang, I opened this Mutiara Timor. So that's the beginning. That's the beginning is from the capital is from my family and my own pocket. Okay. Next. Nah, the business model of Mutiara Timor is quite simple. So there's actually a lot of business model. Business model is born from your vision, because my vision is to reduce a large amount of waste going to landfill. So I didn't interested in selling a product, but I interested in how I reduce the waste from the source, not going to the landfill anymore. So what I can do is something like this. I collected waste that can be recycled, and then sorted it according to the criteria of manufacturer company, and then ship them to the company. So the company need this kind of material to make their own product. So what we can see in here, like plastic bottle plastic, and all of the kind of things that made from plastic, 20% of the material comes from recyclable material. So that's how the business going. It's quite simple, not really needs something quite complicated system, but it's just these 3 steps from here. Okay. Okay. Next, boleh. Okay. So the idea is quite simple. The idea, because my background is from environmental and city planning, so I quite well known about how to develop a city and what is problem. So the problem that most city have is about waste management, and that's also include Kupang. And what we can see here, within a year only, this is like in the left side is 2020, 2024, and then in here is 2025. You can see the difference, how much the garbage sent to the landfill. It's a big amount going to there without any management or pengelolaan. So I think I see this as an opportunity to solve this problem and also include the business in this process. So can you boleh nextnya? And then you see, because why our movement become something important movement, because what happening is already urgent. You see the like landfill burning that happening in 3 years in a row. So this is something that we need to solve really quick. And then this reason will help us to move quickly and then move jadi kita bisa kasih tekanan kepada pemerintah kalau our movement is important and we need to collaborate and do this movement really quick together to solve, at least minimize the problem of waste management. So something like this. And then can you please next, boleh next Kak. And our movement is also supported by the central government. Dalam hal ini adalah Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup. Jadi Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup juga menekan bahwa local government harusnya tidak boleh lagi membangun TPA baru yang seperti tadi, yang seperti kita lihat di TPA Alak itu, atau namanya open dumping. So central government really enforce the local government untuk benar-benar memperhatikan waste management yang punya sustainability. Dalam hal ini adalah kita mulai melakukan pemilahan dari sumber dan menghentikan sampah sebisa mungkin tidak dikirim lagi dalam jumlah banyak ke TPA. Jadi saya melihat ini sebagai suatu opportunity yang besar, bahwa gerakan-gerakan sosial yang sudah kita lakukan ini akan didukung, seperti itu. Karena melihat bagaimana urgensinya, bagaimana apa yang sudah terjadi di cerita-cerita dari lapangan yang sudah terjadi itu, dan juga ada dukungan dari pusat. Karena kan kita sistem birokrasi, jadi otomatis dengan adanya tekanan dari pusat ini akan membantu gerakan-gerakan sosial kita di bawah ini. Because we don't have power to force people, ya. Kita nggak punya power untuk force people untuk change their behavior to untuk memilah sampah dari rumah. Yang kita bisa lakukan adalah secara humanis seperti ini, dengan melakukan edukasi terus menerus. Tapi toh ujung-ujungnya regulasi yang nanti akan berbicara. Seperti itu yang mempercepat bagaimana social movement kita bisa berjalan lebih, menjangkau lebih banyak orang, seperti itu. Oke, boleh lanjut. Nah, seperti yang tadi saya bilang itu, so the combination of social and business can be included in our movement here because of the story that I tell you before. Jadi, tapi apa keunggulannya kita adalah kita punya fleksibilitas untuk bekerja di lapangan dengan membangun kolaborasi yang lebih cepat dibandingkan dengan pemerintah, seperti itu. Karena kan kalau pemerintah kan mesti disposisi, ya, dari bawah ke atas ada persetujuan dulu dari pimpinan, terlalu lama. Terlalu lama, jadi we have the flexibility untuk sambil kita melakukan pendekatan kepada pemerintah, sambil kita melakukan open kolaborasi dengan para LSM, seperti juga dengan teman-teman dari Unwira juga, untuk semakin banyak exposure itu terjadi. Jadi setelah pemerintah, jadi makanya prosesnya cukup lama dari kami mengenal wali kota dan ibu wali kota yang baru itu butuh sekitar 8 bulan baru akhirnya mereka benar-benar mulai merangkul kami dalam pekerjaan-pekerjaan di dalam pemerintahan seperti itu. Padahal pekerjaan-pekerjaan ini sudah lama kami sudah lama kami exposurekan, sudah lama kami gembar-gemborkan di mana-mana, tapi baru setelah itu 8 bulan kemudian baru teman-teman dari pemerintahan membuka tangan untuk melakukan kolaborasi lebih lanjut, seperti itu. Jadi kalau kita bicara soal impact, pastikan dari social business ini tidak hanya dari segi lingkungan kita mengurangi jumlah sampah yang ada di sekitar masyarakat, tapi kita juga memberikan kesempatan untuk para kaum marginal juga, khususnya para pemulung. Jadi dengan adanya kolaborasi yang sudah kita lakukan dengan berbagai LSM, akhirnya terbukalah kerjasama baru dengan para perusahaan-perusahaan penghasil produksi plastik ini. Salah satunya adalah dari Danone, yang akhirnya membuka kesempatan untuk kami membina para pemulung ini untuk mendapatkan akses pada BPJS, akses untuk mendapatkan tentang pendidikan literasi, dan juga mendapatkan APD, seperti itu. Jadi akhirnya ada pemberdayaan yang kami berikan kepada para mitra kami, seperti itu. Dan juga dampak lainnya adalah buat ibu-ibu juga yang sudah bukan usia produktif lagi, tapi mereka bisa mendapatkan pekerjaan tambahan yang dengan gaji yang setidaknya lebih layak daripada yang bisa mereka dapatkan, seperti itu. Dan gaji yang mereka bisa dapatkan dari pekerjaan, entah itu sebagai nasabahnya kami ataupun sebagai pekerjanya kami, itu bisa 2 atau 3 kali lipatnya dari yang biasanya mereka dapatkan, seperti itu. Dan juga seperti yang tadi speaker sebelumnya bilang bahwa bagaimana kita bisa bertahan dan bisa sustain, salah satunya adalah ada profit di dalam situ. Ada profit di dalam situ, dan dari profit yang kami dapatkan itu akhirnya kami sisihkan sebagian itu untuk kegiatan-kegiatan sosial seperti misalnya edukasi, seperti misalnya pembinaan untuk teman-teman di unit maupun di pemulung kami itu, sebelum akhirnya dibantu backup oleh perusahaan besar seperti Danone, seperti itu. Jadi itulah memang kalau misalnya mau sustain, salah satu yang tadi Ibu Teresia juga sempat mention adalah bagaimana kita tidak hanya sebagai leader kita juga yang profit, tapi orang-orang di bawah kita itu juga profit dan merasakan manfaatnya. Jadi walaupun sekarang misalnya kan kondisi ekonomi lagi tidak baik, dan itu kan bahan baku ya, jadi bahan baku itu kan harganya naik turun. Tapi dengan kita menjaga kualitas dan orang-orang di bawah kita juga merasakan dampak dari bagaimana kita memberikan kestabilan harga dan juga harga yang lebih baik daripada para pengumpul yang lain, mereka cukup bertahan dengan kami. Dan juga para buyer atau off-taker kami itu tidak menurunkan harga kepada kami itu jauh melebihi dari harga pasar yang rata-rata ada di market di Jawa sana, seperti itu. Karena ya seperti tadi, menjaga kualitas dan istilahnya menjaga juga orang-orang di bawah kita untuk berjalan dengan satu visi yang sama. Supaya ya itu dia kepercayaan sosial capitalnya kita dapat, yaitu trust dari pembelinya, trust juga dari para mitra yang bekerja sama. Dan itu yang membuat akhirnya sustainability, social movement itu bisa sustainability dalam jangka panjang, seperti itu. Ya puji Tuhannya kita sudah berjalan 5 tahun ini, dan Semoga kalau Tuhan mengizinkan bisa sampai 10 tahun mendatang. Amin ya. Oke, lanjut boleh. Nah, kalau berbicara about finance, at the beginning, even though I might have a CEO in front of my name, tapi CEO itu at the beginningnya itu about chief of everything. So itu bukan chief of operation of something yang spesifik, yang keren-keren begitu ya. Tapi if you build a business, start from simplicity. Don't expect to have a modern office. Don't expect at the beginning you become a boss that have your own staff atau karyawan. No, you just do your own for everything. Because you don't have enough capital to pay for someone to help you, right? So at the beginning, yeah, it's all about yours and your dream, and just keep praying and keep believing, because sometimes faith is the only kayak iman itu akhirnya yang jadi membuat kita berjalan terus walaupun kita tidak pernah melihat ada jalan terbuka di depan. Karena memang jalan untuk membangun sebuah bisnis itu sangat-sangat sunyi. Mungkin Mutiara Timur sekarang sepertinya semua orang kenal, berbagai tepuk tangan di mana-mana. Tapi di awal dari perjalanan ini adalah hanya berdoa dan bagaimana terus percaya untuk keep going. Karena orang tua pun juga tidak percaya kalau ini akan terus berkembang seperti itu. Jadi itulah yang terjadi dan itulah realitanya, dan dari situlah, tapi saya tetap percaya karena kalau tidak ada yang mau terlibat di masalah ini, 10 tahun mendatang Kota Kupang akan penuh dengan sampah dan akan sama halnya cerita-cerita di kota besar itu terjadi lagi di Kota Kupang. Itu yang tidak saya mau. Jadi apa yang kita lakukan adalah terus publikasi secara sosial media, dan dari situlah kita ketemu dengan Ibu Beatrix, dari situlah kita ketemu dengan Pertamina, dan saya juga membuka kolaborasi juga dengan teman-teman dari HIPMI. Walaupun pekerjaan saya waktu itu, HIPMI, tahu HIPMI? Himpunan Pengusaha Muda Indonesia, walaupun di sana itu isinya adalah anak-anak pejabat dan orang-orang sukses di bidangnya yang istilahnya keuntungan dari bisnis mereka itu bisa sampai ember-ember ya. Mereka nggak bicara soal puluhan juta lagi, tapi mereka bicara soal MM-an. Sudah ceritanya kalau ngumpul sama mereka itu ceritanya bangun properti di mana. Kalau sekarang kan lagi trennya bangun MBG-nya mau di mana. Itu kan sekali bangun kan MM-an ya, saya cuma wow, oke. Tapi saya tidak merasa minder. Something like Pak Aditya tadi mention itu, karena saya punya kesempatan untuk kuliah di luar negeri, dan saya melihat bahwa memang orang di luar sana itu confidence-nya tinggi sekali, tapi secara knowledge kita sama. Itu yang kalian harus tahu. Tapi masalahnya adalah kita tidak diajarkan untuk punya kepercayaan diri dan membela pendapat kita secara terang-terangan. Kayak gitu. Kalau di luar negeri, dia tidak setuju dengan statement saya, dia langsung angkat tangan dan berbicara. Dan itu diperbolehkan. Kalau di sini kan nggak boleh ya. Lu langsung A, keluar, lu langsung C gitu ya, ulang lagi tahun depan, kayak gitu. Kayak gitu, iya. Oke, boleh, puji Tuhan ya. Boleh, nah seperti itu, dan di sana itu confidence itu, dan confidence kan selalu mengalahkan orang-orang yang punya pengetahuan, toh. Seperti itu realitanya. Jadi teman-teman percaya dirilah, kalian itu punya kemampuan, hanya memang kesempatan itu yang kadang tidak semua diberikan secara luas kepada semua orang seperti itu. Tapi apa yang harus kalian lakukan pertama kali adalah buka dirimu, maksudnya bukan buka dirimu ya, tapi kayak
keluar dan cari kesempatan untuk berkolaborasi dengan banyak orang, bertemu dengan banyak orang, dan beranikan dirimu untuk berbicara dengan mereka, kayak begitu. Kembali lagi ke seperti kolaborasi yang saya sudah lakukan, saya membuka masuk ke dalam keanggotaan di HIPMI, walaupun waktu itu tidak ada profit ya, Mutiara Timur tidak segitu profitable-nya, tapi tetap saya masuk ke dalam komunitas itu karena saya melihat bahwa saya harus punya teman untuk sharing, seperti itu. Dan ternyata orang-orang yang kalau misalnya sudah di atas, justru mereka itu lebih rendah hati dan mau terbuka. Hanya kan kita tidak percaya diri ya kadang, tidak percaya diri untuk mendekati orang-orang yang levelnya sudah di atas kita. Tapi justru untuk semakin berkembang, kita harus belajar dengan orang-orang yang sudah di atas, kayak gitu. Dan apa yang membawa kita ke atas? Ya, apa yang membawa kita untuk bisa bergaul dengan mereka? Salah satunya adalah confidence yang kamu miliki itu. Tapi confidence itu juga harus dibekali dengan attitude ya, attitude dalam hari ini sikap, bagaimana sikap untuk membawa diri. Selain itu juga setidaknya ada knowledge yang kalian secara spesifik yang kalian bawa untuk istilahnya ngobrol basa-basi di awal, seperti itu. Jadi jangan kosong, jadi kayak bawa datang gosip untuk bicara dengan seorang pengusaha. No is big no. Mereka tidak tertarik sama gosip atau apapun yang berhubungan dengan kasus-kasus selebriti yang lagi sedang tren. Oke? Seperti itu. Jadi di situ kalau bicara funding dan sebagainya, dari kolaborasi itulah akhirnya kami mendapatkan bantuan dalam bentuk sarana prasarana, seperti misalnya kami mendapatkan bantuan operasional untuk mobil, dan itu mobil pun langsung sekaligus 2 mobil, seperti itu. Karena dari kolaborasi yang kita jalin itu. Karena kalau dari bicara soal profit, Mutiara Timur memang punya profit tapi baru 2 tahun belakangan ini. Kalau untuk mau beli mobil pun juga belum bisa yang sekaligus langsung 2. Tapi dengan adanya kolaborasi itu, akhirnya kami mendapatkan bantuan operasional berupa mesin tambahan dan juga 2 mobil itu, dan itu harganya sudah 1 M sendiri, seperti itu. Itu dari hasil kolaborasi itu, dan itu dijaga dari konsistensi, bagaimana kita credibility kita dijaga, dan bagaimana juga itu dia, being known itu juga salah satu currency di masa sekarang. Being known itu maksudnya ya seperti ini, dengan kita berjejaring, kita diketahui orang-orang, bantuan itu akan datang dengan sendirinya saat mereka mulai melihat track record dari pekerjaan-pekerjaan yang sudah kita lakukan. Seperti itu. Boleh lanjut? Oke, and then secara singkat juga tadi sudah saya singgung mengenai bagaimana growth strateginya kami. Ya salah satunya adalah strategic partnership tadi itu. Bertemu dengan orang-orang yang tepat dan di waktu yang tepat. Seperti itu. Dan di waktu yang tepat itu, tapi saya percaya bahwa saat perjalanan untuk membangun Mutiara Timur sampai sekarang ini, saat itu juga attitude saya juga dibentuk seperti itu. Attitude dalam hal ini adalah sikap ya, sikap bagaimana untuk percaya diri tapi juga tetap rendah hati, seperti itu. Itu currency atau mata uang ya, yang kalau misalnya kita mau bergaul dengan orang-orang yang di atas kita itu lebih sangat dihargai dibandingkan kamu datang memamerkan istilahnya emas bergram-gram di tanganmu atau berkilo-kilo di antingmu, itu nggak pernah dilihat seperti itu. Tapi bagaimana kamu membawa diri itu lebih penting, seperti itu. Oke, dan itulah yang akhirnya jadi growth strategi ini juga salah satunya adalah dari internal kita juga, di mana kita juga bisa membentuk alur kerja yang jelas, sehingga kan kalau misalnya saya tinggal kayak gini, itu anak-anak teman-teman di gudang itu sudah mengerti apa yang mereka harus lakukan tanpa harus menunggu perintah dari saya. Dan dengan cara seperti ini juga artinya membebaskan saya untuk membuka jaringan lebih luas lagi, kayak begitu. Karena kan saya dengan adanya sistem yang sudah jelas dibangun di internal kami, akhirnya kan memudahkan saya untuk berjejaring lebih banyak ke banyak orang seperti itu. Sehingga kan pekerjaan tetap jalan, saya juga tetap bisa networking dan untuk membantu perkembangan Mutiara Timur ke depannya, kayak gitu. Terus juga ada tim-timnya juga di dalam yang membantu pekerjaan ini. Jadi kalau mencari SDM itu juga PR besar juga. Memang banyak pengangguran, tapi tidak semua mau kerja, seperti itu. Mungkin, betul, seperti itu. Mama, karena ya mungkin teman-teman memang kalau saya boleh cerita sedikit, saya dulu pernah kerja di Jakarta, yang penting demi sebuah istilahnya CV saja dulu, saya rela kerja di Jakarta itu dengan gaji setengah dari UMR. Susahnya minta ampun, iya susah. Tapi justru karena saya punya pengalaman kerja itu, akhirnya yang membawa saya istilahnya bisa jadi tenaga ahli di pemerintah Provinsi NTT. Walaupun awal mulanya adalah gajinya setengah dari UMR yang di Jakarta. Bayangkan UMR Jakarta kan 5 juta, kita cuma digaji di 2,5 juta. Hidup di Jakarta 2,5 juta itu kayak ya gimana lah ya, hidup mau tak mati tak mau, itulah pokoknya ya. Seperti itu, tapi ya maksudnya anak muda masih bisa lah ya, tahan-tahan untuk ini. Kondisi badannya masih fit, masih oke demi pengalaman. Yang penting istilahnya kalian tahu kalian mau kenapa kalian mau kerja ke sini dengan gaji segini, tapi harus bertahan berapa lama kayak gitu. Kalau misalnya tidak ada promosi ataupun tidak ada jenjang karir dan sebagainya, ya tinggal cari lagi kemana kalian harus pergi. Karena kan bagaimanapun fresh graduate harus punya pengalaman yang itu lebih banyak, lebih menjual ya. Lebih menjual di dunia kerja, seperti itu. Saya juga dulu karyawan sebelum akhirnya mempunyai bisnis, jadi tidak masalah dari mana kalian harus memulai, tapi yang penting kalian tahu kalian ini sebenarnya mau ngapain sebenarnya, dan maunya kemana, seperti itu. Oke, boleh lanjut. Nah ini, jadi dari akhirnya open collaboration, terus bagaimana kita mempertahankan credibility dan integritas kita, akhirnya banyak terbangun jaringan-jaringan ini. Terus boleh Kak, dan jaringan-jaringan ini tidak hanya di Kota Kupang, tapi juga sudah berkembang ke luar Kota Kupang, yaitu di kabupaten, masih di dalam Provinsi NTT. Saat ini kita lagi ada pembentukan untuk di Kabupaten Kupang, TTU dan ND, karena ada beberapa juga yang sudah terbentuk ya. Ada juga beberapa sudah terbentuk di Rote, Kabupaten Kupang, terus juga di Larantuka, itu adalah binaan-binaan kami, tapi kalau yang lain itu adalah mitra saja. Tapi sudah beberapa unit-unit kami yang berkembang di luar Kota Kupang. Salah satunya adalah karena kolaborasi tadi, dan salah satunya adalah being known tadi itu. Seperti itu. Oke. Boleh lanjut? Kayaknya sudah ya? Ya. Jadi itu yang bisa saya sharingkan kepada teman-teman. Jika punya mimpi, mungkin sekarang belum saatnya teman-teman melihat bahwa kayaknya terlalu tinggi ya sekarang Mutiara Timur. Teman-teman, saya bermimpi dari SMP. Saya kasih tahu ke ibu saya waktu itu, karena gara-gara telenovela sebenarnya. Kalian belum mendapat ya telenovela. Kayaknya zaman sekarang sudah ada, bukan telenovela lagi ya, tadi drama-drama Korea dan drama-drama Cina yang lagi terkenal itu ya. Kita dulu telenovela, adik-adik sekalian. Jadi telenovela kemarin waktu saya kecil itu sangat mempengaruhi saya ya. Jadi saya bilang sama mama waktu itu beta SMP, dan kita ya Molava itu apa sih? Molava itu dulu hutan ya. Hutan tahun SMP itu kan tahun berapa ya? Pokoknya masih hutan lah, jalan ke Molava juga rusak parah, tapi waktu itu dan air pun tidak ada yang masuk, jadi kami harus ke kali yang jaraknya 5 kilo dari rumah, dan sepanjang perjalanan ke kali itu beta bilang ke mama suatu saat beta akan keliling dunia, and it happened. And it happened, sudah 3 benua yang saya pergi. Itu karena dari nonton, efek positifnya dari menonton itu. Tapi jangan ikut drama-drama percintaan yang ada di sana, karena semua tuh kayaknya omong kosong deh. Hanya lihat yang positif-positifnya saja lah, dan itu terjadi. Karena waktu itu mama bilang, apa sih omong, karena kan bapak cuman seorang PNS, ya PNS biasa, tidak punya jabatan apapun waktu itu, jadi ya penghasilan juga pas-pasan. Tapi waktu SMP itu saya bilang, entah kenapa ya, karena saya saking tertariknya dengan orang-orang di telenovela itu bisa terbang ke sana ke sini, dan tinggal di Molava tidak ada listrik dan sebagainya, gelap gulita, harus pergi ke sana ke sini untuk cuci baju saja harus jalan 5 kilometer. Itu di Molava loh, di Kota Kupang ya. Belum di Keva dan sebagainya. Jadi tidak ada yang mustahil jika kalian punya mimpi yang besar, tetap percaya dan punya iman sama Tuhan itu. Oke, terima kasih.
Okay, wow, it's just really great presentation. Thank you so much, Kamelsi. Now guys, we move to Q&A session. If you guys have question, and then please just raise your hand. Okay, we have one there.
Okay, thank you for the time and the opportunity. I'm Joya, and I would like to know what was your motivation for establishing Bank Sampah Mutiara Timor, and how does this initiative help the community while also creating economic value? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is it clear, Kamelsi, or I just repeat it? Okay, so time is yours.
Oke, thank you Duea ya. Oke. Siapa?
Zoya.
Oh, Zoya. Oke. So ya, jadi awal motivasi ya, awal motivasinya itu because I learned about climate change and about urban planning and all this stuff. Jadi itu cukup mempengaruhi saya bagaimana perubahan iklim itu dalam tahun-tahun mendatang itu akan sangat berpengaruh besar pada kehidupan kita, dan salah satu yang tidak pernah dihiraukan itu adalah dari waste management. Dan saya melihat sendiri waktu di Australia bagaimana dampak luar biasa dari perubahan iklim itu terjadi, yaitu bahwa kebakaran hutan yang begitu hebat tahun 2019, sebelum saya pulang ke Indonesia itu saya masih dapat kejadian itu, karena kejadian itu di tahun 2019 akhir bulan November, di mana itu puncak musim panas. Kita punya sama iklim yang sama dengan Australia. Ini saat di bulan-bulan ini adalah bulan-bulan masuk ke puncak musim panas, dan saat itu memang kebakaran hutan itu adalah hal yang wajar karena saking di sana itu lebih ekstrim dari kita karena ada padang gurun. Nah, tapi 2019 itu cukup ekstrim dibandingkan dalam jangka waktu 100 tahun itu suhu begitu panas, jadi akhirnya membakar hutan yang ada di Australia itu, dan 13 juta hektar itu terbakar dan tidak bisa ditangani. Saya melihat begitu hebatnya perubahan iklim itu berdampak, bahkan negara semaju Australia itu harus meminta bantuan dari negara-negara tetangga untuk membantu mereka memadamkan api. Jadi sebelum COVID datang, itu kami di sana itu sudah pakai masker. Padahal kejadian kebakaran hutan itu jaraknya hampir kayak misalnya dari Lombok ke Kupang. Jadi kebakaran di Lombok, tapi dampaknya itu sampai ke Kupang. Dan saya waktu itu ada di Kupang gitu, ada di Brisbane, yang jaraknya cukup jauh dari lokasi kejadian. Tapi dampaknya bisa segitunya terasa begitu. Nah, dari situlah saya berpikir bahwa, wow, kalau dampaknya segitu dahsyat dan negara maju tidak mampu untuk menangani, kira-kira apa yang bisa saya lakukan untuk istilahnya membantu dari knowledge dan pengalaman yang sudah saya punya. Jadi akhirnya begitu kembali ke Kupang, saya melihat bahwa ternyata waste management kita masih sama dari 10 tahun yang 10 tahun setelah saya meninggalkan Kota Kupang. Jadi akhirnya karena saya lebih banyak belajar mengenai waste management. Waktu magang kemarin di Amerika pun saya juga belajar mengenai bagaimana negara tersebut mengelola sampahnya mereka, sampah dan limbahnya, limbah cairnya mereka itu. Jadi background saya cukup, waktu itu knowledge saya cukup banyak mengenai masalah-masalah ini. Jadi akhirnya di S1 pun juga bicara soal seperti ini. Dan akhirnya dengan kapasitas ilmu yang saya punya, dan dengan kejadian yang ada, saya melihat bagaimana TPA kita, bagaimana kondisi lingkungan tempat-tempat publik itu semakin begitu saya kembali itu tetap tidak ada perubahan sama sekali. Akhirnya saya memutuskan bahwa harus ada suatu wadah untuk menjadi tempat edukasi bagi masyarakat untuk merubah habit yang selama ini sudah terbangun dari istilahnya habis pakai barang yang kita gunakan langsung buang, itu kan habit lama ya. Tapi bagaimana kita mengubah habit itu dari setelah kita memakai itu kita kumpulkan, kita pilah dulu sebelum akhirnya dibuang ke TPA, seperti itu. Dan dari situlah lahir Mutiara Timur, karena dengan kegiatan-kegiatan clean up pun tidak cukup untuk merubah perilaku masyarakat untuk terlibat dalam pengelolaan sampah. Karena toh sudah berapa banyak, kita sudah bekerja itu dari tahun 2015 untuk melakukan edukasi-edukasi seperti ini. Tapi tidak ada perubahan sama sekali. Jadi salah satu yang bisa kita lakukan adalah dengan cara kalau misalnya masyarakat mau memilah sampah, ada reward yang bisa kita kasih. Dengan cara, jadi itu menjadi stimulan untuk warga untuk bisa terlibat dalam perubahan perilaku. Tapi memang sebenarnya tidak diperbolehkan ya, karena kan itu harus menjadi tanggung jawab si produsen atau masyarakat itu sendiri yang menghasilkan sampah. Dia harus membayar retribusi untuk itu. Tapi toh kita tidak bisa salahkan siapa-siapa dan tidak bisa menunggu pemerintah sampai untuk istilahnya menyediakan sarana yang cukup untuk mendorong masyarakat mengelola sampah. Jadi salah satu cara yang bisa kita lakukan adalah dengan cara seperti ini. Karena waktu itu juga saya baru pulang dari luar dan tidak punya kenalan sama sekali dan tidak punya power apa-apa. Maksudnya power dalam artian tidak punya koneksi. Tidak punya koneksi untuk menginfluence kebijakan waktu itu. Karena kan ini berbicara tentang kebijakan dan regulasi. Tapi kan kita tidak punya, kita cuman masyarakat biasa ya. Kita cuman masyarakat biasa yang punya kepedulian, tapi bagaimana caranya supaya ini bisa jalan dulu. Nah, salah satu caranya adalah memberikan stimulan dengan cara kita membeli, kita menampung sampah-sampah yang sudah terpilah dari masyarakat itu. Kayak begitu, Kakak.
Wow, thank you so much Kamelsi for your meaningful response, and thank you to all participants for your active engagement. So once again guys, let's give our respected speaker a big round of applause. Thank you so much Kamelsi. I'm so sorry because of the time we must move to another session. So now I give back time to Karin and we move to certificate process.
Thank you Ibu Patrice. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving a warm round of applause to Miss Melissa Anita Mansula for her inspiring presentation. So we kindly now move to the certificate awarding session and Selendang as souvenir. We kindly invite the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Miss Dr. M.E. Preseveranda, MSE, to present the certificate and Selendang to Miss Melissa. Thank you so much. And now we return to our moderator. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to our wonderful MC, Karin. Now we are moving on to the next agenda, featuring our esteemed speaker, Prof. Shirley Mendonca from Divine Word Kalapan, Philippines. Prof. Shirley, can you hear my voice? Hi. Can you hear my voice, Prof. Shirley? Hello? Can you hear my voice, Prof. Shirley? I'm sorry, is there any problem with your microphone? Yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Beatrice, good afternoon.
Thank you so much for joining us
Was
again
still
online.
on mute, so I could not, you could not hear me, but I'm already responding a while ago.
Thank you so much. I just think that it is just a great just that you wear today for Indonesia. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Professor
but
Shirley.
I'm really very sorry. It was on the other way around. My background, but that is just simply what you were able to send me.
No, it's okay. It's cool already, Professor. Thank you so much for joining us today. Okay. So since, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly introduce our honor guest, Professor Shirley Mendonca, serve as a member and board of director of the Philippine Council of Deans and Educators, and also holds the position of board director secretary and assistant treasurer. She is additionally a member of the Council of Deans and Education in Region 4A. Beyond her leadership roles, Professor Mendonca has produced a sustainable body of influential research published in international accredited journal, reflecting both scholarly excellence and practical significance in the field of education. So I would like to emphasize that today's session will be particularly insightful as we have the unique opportunity to learn from a professional with extensive experience in academic leadership and impactful research. For this session, Prof. Shirley Mendonca will deliver her presentation for 30 minutes, followed by 15-minute interactive segment where participants can raise questions. So once again, without further delay, let us warmly welcome Professor Shirley Mendonca to share her knowledge and perspective. So Professor Shirley, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm just waiting for my presentation. Will that be presented in your response?
Okay, so our team will play the PowerPoint. Sorry, can you
Yes.
just wait for a minute? Okay, I'm so sorry, Professor. We're just waiting for a minute. Okay, I'm so sorry because we have like a little obstacle about techniques. So how's your day today, Professor? Is it good?
Yeah, of course, we have a very nice weather today.
Uh-huh.
Very nice. Also, I think everyone will definitely enjoy the day.
Uh-huh.
Of course, because since the past day is quite rainy.
Uh-huh. Okay, Professor Shirley, here with me, with our Dean, Dr. Perseveranda. Can you just say hi to our Dean, the Faculty of Economic and Business? We call her Ibu RC. Ibu RC is our Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business. She is here,
Yes,
join us today.
Yes, good afternoon, Dave, and I'm really very honored to be part of your international seminar. At this point, I would like to really share with you something, no? And I hope the audience, together with your students, will definitely learn from me regarding what was sent to me by Ms. Beatrice. It's really my honor to present to you some insights regarding some points regarding social entrepreneurship in global era, from local impact to global change.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's really nice. Thank you so much, Professor. Now you can run your presentation. Time is yours.
So I will just move on. So hopefully the one managing the technical will be able to follow my my points, no?
For sure.
No. Yes. The theme for our topic today is social entrepreneurship in global era, from local impact to global change. And mainly it was given to us that our objective is to enhance the participants' understanding regarding the concepts, practices, and trends in social entrepreneurship in global era, to serve as a platform for sharing research experiences and best practices among academics, practitioners from various countries. Thereby, we would like to foster international collaboration in strengthening social entrepreneurship ecosystem, especially in Eastern Indonesia where you are in. Definitely, we want to inspire the young people, especially your students, and to develop sustainable social initiative with global relevance and impact. In my research, according to the World Economic Forum study, it was mentioned there's a failure and survival rates of social enterprises. Imagine 38.3% social enterprises in their sample failed before their first year, and 45.2% failed between years 1 and there. Lower survival rate, 8.7% lasted 4 to 6 years, and 2.67% to 7 to 9 years, and 5.3% lasted more than 10 years. Could you not really imagine why they are still there? They would want to reach out and share their expertise around the world. Let me move on. Social entrepreneurship in the global era is defined by concepts, mission and sustainable innovation, using hybrid models to address societal and environmental issues. The key principles includes creating impact-driven ventures like microfinance institutions or those using technology for social good, adopting framework like the triple bottom line to balance social, environmental, and financial goals. Current trends show a more toward hybrid models and entrepreneurial approaches to solve pressing social problems. But there's a hybrid model wherein it blends the goals of nonprofit for profit organization, creating a hybrid model that generates both social value and financial returns. Wait, for sustainability, a core concept is sustainability, both financially for the venture and environmentally and socially for the communities it serves. But there's a triple bottom line. This framework guides social enterprise to consider not just profit, but also the social and environmental impact, the people and planet of their operation. What about the practices? Practices the impact investing, providing funding to businesses that aim to create positive social or environmental impact. And there's a technology integration using digital tools such as the high-speed internet for remote communities and online programs to extend reach out and impact. What about the microfinance? The microfinance offering, we have to make it a point to see microfinance offering financial services to low-income or unemployed individuals and groups who may not have access to traditional banking. And there's an adaptive business model, learning from past approaches, like the initial one-by-one model that had intended consequences and adapting to create more sustainable and effective solutions. And there's the point of strategic partnership. Don't forget that. Collaborating with governments, other businesses, and nonprofit organizations to scale impact and mobilize resources. What about the trends? There's a trend now, consolidation and structure. The field is maturing, moving from a conceptually diffuse state to a more structured and multi-dimensional field of study and practice. There's a focus on resilience and measurement. There is a growing emphasis on building resilience and developing better methods for measuring and demonstrating social impact. But there is a digitalization, don't forget that. The incorporation of digital technologies is a significant and growing trend, impacting how social enterprises operate and deliver services. There's also a shift from donation to sustainable development, moving beyond simple models like one for one to solutions that promote local term, systematic change within the communities being served. Let me give you some examples of the world's most successful social entrepreneurs. One is William Bill Drayton. He's the founder and CEO of Ashoka, Innovators for the Public, a global nonprofit organization that supports and invests in leading social entrepreneurs. He is credited with pioneering the field of social entrepreneurship and popularizing the term. The second, well, Willie Smith is a Dutch-born
Recording in progress.
to follow. Next, Janet Banana Ship. The business provides a livelihood and supports the local economy by processing and selling of the region, bananas. It has become a well-known brand that helps local entrepreneurs thrive and contributes to the island's economy. Well, we also have the Red Gate Farm Supplies. Founded by John Diana, this enterprise creates affordable animal feeds for hog raisers. It provides solutions for local farmers and promotes sustainable practices, contributing to food security and economic well-being of the community. In Mimaropa, women-led social enterprises enters into top 20 of the WWHR's Innovation Challenge. I'm sure there are some challenges in your country. 3 women social enterprises from Mimaropa region have emerged as the top contenders in the Women Helping Women Innovating Social Enterprise National Innovation Challenge held in the year 2023. Where the Women Helping Women Innovating Social Enterprise aims to inspire and support financial social entrepreneurs by providing access to technologies, training skills, development, mentorship, and business incubation, ultimately benefiting local communities. Well, we have the Island Harvest Agri Ventures from Marinduque, iconic travel services from Palawan, Seminal Souvenir Shop from Oriental Mindoro, have secured their spots among the selected social enterprises in the top 20. These enterprises have demonstrated their significant contributions to community supports in innovations in products and services. As a result, they will have a cash prize and become eligible for a grant up to 5 million funded by the Women Helping Women Innovating Social Enterprises program in the last 2024. By this time, they are already enjoying their grants. Well, we have the island there. I have a picture with you, the Island Harvest Agri Venture. If you have with you in my slides, there's the Island Harvest Agri Ventures focuses on diversifying farmers' income by processing crops and offering farm stays for tourists. Iconic travel services promotes local products including gourmet sardines, dried lamayo, and fish tocino, while also promoting community-based sustainable tourism. Souvenir Shop in Oriental Mindoro supports Iraya Mangyan woven in crafting weaving, products such as basket, coasters, and trinkets made of nito. We also have another Women Helping Women Innovating Social Enterprise. The said three social enterprise, you just wait, you just stay there, no? Social enterprise qualifiers were made the 5 regional finalists chosen in the DOST Mimaropa, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, the PCIRD, and Palawan International Business Incubator through these Women Helping Women Innovating Social Enterprise. Among the 5 regional finalists, the Yeles Food Products trading from Palawan, Lesquete Rice Farm from Oriental Mindoro, the Yales Product Trading helps mothers in communities by generating jobs, while Lesquete Farm serves as a demo farm and agricultural learning site for farmers. Now they are the regional finalists, were selected based on the venture's technical and commercial viability, as well as the social and environmental impact that results in generating jobs for local communities. Take a look. A total of 50,000 was awarded to top Move On finalists and consolation prizes to the other participating woman-led enterprises. Next slide, please. Pimarapa Regional Director during the pitching event said that all participating groups of women entrepreneurs are winners, and she also advised them to continue to dream big, preserve, and believe in the extraordinary impact that women can make. Next slide, please. The Woman Helping Women Innovating Social Enterprise will support women social entrepreneurs, and this platform will harness the full potential of women-led enterprises. And we, the DOST Mimaropa, with our partners, will provide the necessary support, resources, and networks to assist and thrive on their ventures, she emphasized. Aside from Mimaropa, there are 8 other implementing regions running from the Women Helping Women Innovating Social Enterprise, including Region 1, 8, 9, 10, 11, CAR, NCR, and Caraga. They have a lot who really joined the program. Next slide. Well, in that, I just would like to share with you some of the research topic that I presented with social impact, the Save the Earth, Save the Life and Go Impact, which was definitely published in US, the Marketing Media Association. Then the Learning Stars of Academic Performance in the selected secondary schools in Divine Word College, in Divine Word. Then I have also prepared an Indigenous Education, a tool to enhance appreciation of the Mangyan culture. I really prepared that, and I was able to present that in China. In the China ASEAN Education in last September 2012. And there I was able to have a grant coming from the CHED, the CHED region. The effects of organic agriculture in the environment, the 2nd District of Oriental Mindoro. And there's a feasibility study of putting up Agua de Vista water, refilling solutions to Divine Word College of Calapan. Next slide. And next slide, please. We have also the market study of banana, calamansi, dorado, rice, and roots, which was definitely also given by the PAGO, Philippine Agriculture Office, the research in 2019. And there was also, of course, together with the students, I was able to assist them in their study, the promotional tool in consumer purchasing behavior. And then we have the implements and online transaction trends and the credit card, online business teaching modality among higher education institutions, together with my Council of Business Educators and Business in Region 4. We were together in coming up with that. And there's a cash flow management together with the students, practices in financial performance of microfinancial enterprises, sustainable health program for Divine Word College of the SPD province, which we have just presented with our academics last October 8, 2025. That was the latest. Next slide, please. Then I give you an ideas to strengthen international collaboration for social entrepreneurship in Eastern Indonesia, which I think you could definitely help. The first one, the cross-border incubator and accelerator network. What do you have to do? A regional hub model where international partner, university impact partners with local incubators in Eastern Mindoro to run joint cohorts. Well, your tactics should be co-design curricula, remote in-person mentorship, seed grants, demo days in partner countries, use hybrid delivery to remote international mentors that can contribute. And what is your KPI? Number of standouts, cohorts, follow-on funding, jobs created, beneficiaries reach out. Another one, exchange and immersion. Next slide, please. Exchange and immersion program. You can do that also. What do you have to do? you have the short-term exchange for founders, mentors, and policymakers. That could be for 2 to 8 weeks to experience best practices abroad and bring back knowledge. What is your tactic? Scholarship for study visits, reciprocal placement with partner ecosystem, even in different parts of the world. Include hands-on placement with hosts, social enterprise, provide language and cultural prep. What is your KPI? Number of exchanges, new partnership, form new projects, launch after return. Another thing, shared impacts funds and blended finance vehicles. You could do that. What do you have to do? Joint funding pools, impact interest syndicates, blended grants, loans, where international capital is matched with local finance. Well, your tactic could be the risking instrument, outcome-based contracts, currency risk hedging, local trustee organization to manage funds, build impact, measurements into funding disbursement. What is your KPI? Capital deployed leverage ratio, percent of funds reaching rural eastern region. Evidence. Another one, digital collaboration platform plus marketplace. What do you have to do? Multilingual platform for matchmaking, together with mentors, investors, and buyers. Well, we have the resource, you have the resource library where you could get the toolkits, legal templates, and e-commerce for social enterprise products from Eastern Indonesia, which you like. Well, your tactics, integrate stories, certification badges, run virtual pitch events, provide a marketplace of handicrafts, food, ecotourism, add peer-to-peer forums. Your KPI there, active users, deals closed via platform, traffic from international buyers. Another one, we have sector up, thematic partnership. What do you have to do? Focus collaboration on high potential sectors. We have the fisheries, marine conservation, sustainable tourism, agroforestry, renewable energy, which I think you have. Your tactics, convene sectoral working groups with international experts, run targeted challenges, hackathons, create sector-specific toolkit, and supply chain links. Your KPI there, sector-specific, revenue growth, reduction in negative with environmental indications, export orders. Another thing, you can have this diaspora and expatriate engagement program. What do you have to do there? Mobilize Indonesian diaspora and long-term expats as mentors, investors, and market connectors. Your tactics? Create an alumni network, offer return to investment, roadshows, short advisory, fellowship, highlight investing incentives on social impact stories. What's your KPI there? Diaspora funded projects, volunteer hours, contributed cross-border contracts. Next, another thing, I still have more. Number 8, policy dialogue and capacity building for local government. What do you have to do? International partners support governments to design enabling regulations and procurement policies that favor social enterprise. What is your tactics there? Policy labs, model procurement, clauses, capacity building, workshop, pilot, public, social procurement. Your KPI there, number of policy changes, public procurements, contract awarded to social enterprises. 9, supply chains, a market linkage program. What do you have to do there? Connect rural producers to international market. We have the ethical buyers, retailers, via certification, quality upgrades, and logistics supports. Your tactics, joint buyer mission, training on standards, organic fair trade, shared cold chains, or logistic partnership with international firms. Your KPI there, export orders, price premium, received by producers, percent, producers certified. There's more. Next, skill building, blended learning. What? Skill, vocational and digital skills, training delivered through partnership, universities, online platforms, corporate trainers. Your tactics, micro-credentials, co-issued by local and international institutions, remote coaching, job placement, guarantees with partner employees. And your KPI, graduates, place in jobs, income uplift, completion and raise. Another thing, cultural and language sensitive program design. What do you have to do? Ensure program, respect languages, adapt customary laws and gender norms. Use participatory design with village leaders. Your tactics? Employ community liaison. Translate materials. Adapt timeless to local calendars. Budget for relationship building visits. Your KPI there? Community acceptance rate, female participation, and retention. Next, 12. A little more. South, we have the South-South collaboration and regional peer learning. What do you have to do? Facilitate learning between Eastern Indonesia and peer region. For example, Eastern Timor, Mindanao, Pacific Islands, to share solutions relevant to remote island contexts. Your tactics? Regional conference, training programs between communities, shared learning repositories. KPI? Number of bilateral projects documented, replicable models. And number 13, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Very significant ito. Co-creation. What do you have to do? Co-develop simple, culturally appropriate frameworks with international partners to track outcomes, not just outputs. Your tactics? Mobile-based data collection, community scoreboards, real-time dashboards for founders. Use mixed method, qualitative plus quantitative. KPI? Improvements in intended social indicators, adaptive changes made based on male insights. The last, we have next, public events and international visibility. What do you have to do? Host international peace days, buyer fairs, documentary projects to raise profiles, track partners. Your tactics? Hybrid events, local plus stream, time with tourism season, invite impact investors and procurement officers, produce short films, stories, and social channels. KPI attendees, media mentions, contrast initiated. And we have the sharing legal compliance support. What do you have to do? Offer legal clinics and compliance advisory provided by international law clinics in partnership with local firms. So your tactics? Pro bono legal hours, template contracts, assistance obtaining certification. Your KPI? Legal issues resolved. Enterprises formally registered, successful export clearance. Well, I also have given you the next one, a quick sample. Next slide, please. A quick sample of a 12-month pilot plan ready to pitch. You can do that. Month 0 to 2, stakeholder mapping, co-design. Months 3 to 5, launch first cohort for cross-border. Months 6 to 8, exchange visit for 6 founders. Months 9 to 12, demo day with international buyers. Budget snapshot, very high level. Program ops, seed grants. Travel and exchange digital platforms, flexible annual pilot from $150,000 to $500,000, depending on scope and grant leverage. You can do that. Next slide. Risk mitigation action. Don't forget this. Make it a point to look into this cultural mismatch. Mitigate via participatory design and local leadership. Funds leak mismatch. Use local trustee or transparent disbursement and milestone. Well, with sustainability, design revenue streams, marketplaces, procurements, not just grant dependency. They'll take a look also of the logistics, remote islands, prioritize local hubs, use low bandwidth tech time for travel. Next, how to start tomorrow. Identify 3 anchor local partners from regional, university, community, or local incubator. Approach 2 to 3 international partner with a large one-page concept pilot budget. Donor, university impact investor. Or run a one-day co-design workshop in a major city inside Indonesia to align priorities and select first cohort. And you can draft that one-page concept note plus 12-month budget tailored to Eastern Indonesia. Why? You know, I know you can do it. Or create a template for the International Partnership Memorandum of Understanding or a map potential international founders partners. You can definitely consider doing that. Next.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Professor. I'm so sorry, Professor Lee. There are only 5 minutes left.
Example, from C po, from example, from C to social impact campaign, youth-led storytelling project celebrating local heroes, fisher folk,
Okay,
artisans,
I'm
who
so
solve
sorry, Prof.
problems. You can do
I'm
that.
so sorry, Prof. There are only 5 minutes left. Can you hear my voice? I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
okay. I will
Okay,
just.
thank
So
you,
you could
Prof.
just choose any of this with which could help you out. Next one. The second one, Youth Innovation Labs and Impact Boot Camps. You can choose any of this. Next one, next slide. The next slide. The next slide, please. The local mentorship circle. Connect youth-led social enterprise with international mentors in Isapora. You have an example from this. Next slide. 4. We have an eco-cultural entrepreneurship program. I have given you. You can take a look at that. Next one. The education, the next one. The education partnership and youth-led research. Yes, you can also do that. Embed social entrepreneurship into schools and universities. Next one, number 6, global storytelling and digital campaigns. Help youth tell their stories to the world. Remember, not only in Indonesia, but tell the stories to the world. Next, number 7, hands-on sustainability of projects with global partners. Youth works on joint sustainability projects with peers and other countries. Next slide. Social media, microgrants for youth change worker. Offer small incentives for youth to showcase micro projects that align with global goals. Next, embed local wisdom in sustainable narrative. Teach the non-traditional ecological knowledge is already a social innovation. Take note of that. Next, number 10, youth peace, incubation entrepreneurship. Foster social enterprise as pathway for inclusion. Well, I mentioned also in my slide, key enablers. We have the local champions. Don't forget that digital access, mini grants, global visibility, policy contour, policy support. Then, I have also given you an example of initiative for purpose. And just an example, Island of Impact, Eastern Indonesia Youth Accelerator. To take a look at that. Next slide. Next slide. I also have given you an inspiring youth impact in Eastern Mindoro. In Eastern Indonesia, you take a look on how they were able to empower young change makers in Eastern Indonesia. And the next one, next slide, please. The goal is specific. That is definitely a concrete one. Very, very concrete. The example, the goal, the specific objectives. The next slide, please. The key activities. Then they have the expected outcome, partners, key activities, expected outcome. Next. They have, next one, please. We have the partners, duration, and the budget range is only 300 to 500,000. Take a look at that. And next, don't forget, sustainability and scale tagline, from island to the world, youth leading change for a sustainable future. And my last slide is, this is my last slide. Give me minutes.
Bro.
Take note of this. The challenging part, wait please, very, very significant. The challenging part is in the beginning. It's a leap of faith. But I think the most important thing is to just do it. Start now. Think about it. By Tom Chassis. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, it's so cool. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. Mendonsa. Thank you so much for your
I share
enlightenment.
this. I hope they learn a lot from my presentation.
For sure,
Sorry, it's a bit quite long.
It's
you
okay,
can have
Prof.
a copy with Chris.
We are excited to see you in Kupang soon, Prof. Just come to Indonesia then.
Hopefully, in the near future, why not? I'm very much willing to go there. Just tell me ahead of time.
For sure,
It's my pleasure to share with you, and I hope your students really have really learned a lot from my presentation regarding that point. Hopefully,
Okay.
They will be able to make use of that in their respective life. That is really a good side. So there is really a very good point. No? Imagine the second and the third most top entrepreneurs are coming from Indonesia.
Yes.
If you remember in the presentation, I take a look at that. It's coming from Indonesia. A very, very good point. No?
Okay.
That's why I was telling you the participants will be very glad to hear that.
Okay, sure, Prof. I think this is a very comprehensive presentation, but we are sorry because we are limited by the time, Prof. I truly appreciate the quality of the material, and now we will move to the Q&A session, Prof. And we already have question in the Zoom chat box, so I will read out for you, Prof. We have like 2 questions in our chat box. The first question is, why is it important for social entrepreneurs to highlight and develop local potential in their business? Once again, Prof, I repeat it. Why is it important for social entrepreneurs to highlight and develop local potential in their business? Is it clear for you, Prof?
Why is it? Why
is it important for social entrepreneurs to highlight and develop local potential in their business?
Is it very important for the entrepreneurs
to highlight and develop local potential? To develop local potential in their business?
Did I make it right? No, that they have to develop, they make it a point to develop local
potential.
Local, maybe the local products they are thinking. There's a point, no, that we are all being given a chance to think a product or something that we could really develop and come up with, and definitely look into it on what we can do about such kind of product or such kind of materials. And maybe that could also be, the local, in your respective local region, you might be able to solve and be able to have a green environment in your country. And in that case, it will not just develop the whole world, but it will first develop your country. And in that case, you will be proud of sharing that you were able to assist in the green environment, maybe a green environment in Eastern Mindoro, in Eastern Indonesia, sorry. In Eastern Indonesia, you'll be able to assist your country, and then later on, you will be able to inspire the whole world on what significant factor were you able to consider in your respective area where you belong. In that case, you share in the world, because this is very important. It's very important that you were able to think of something that will definitely help out your community, and later on, you will be able to consider helping not only the community, but the whole world. Because it's better, students, it's better to consider thinking of something else first that will definitely help out in your respective community. You might be able to solve a single problem, solving a single problem in your respective community is very important. That will definitely, because that is an inspiration that will definitely bring in to a lot of people around the world. I was telling you a while ago that there was only a very significant factor whereby the entrepreneurs are very low. In the first year, there might be falling. But in the years to come, they are still there because they would want to share in the whole world what they have, what they were able to develop, and inspire people about that certain product that they were able to consider in their respective community.
Okay, so thank you so much, Prof. Shirley, for your valuable response, and thank you to the one who already participate active by the question. So I'm so sorry because of the time. We must move to another speaker, Prof. Shirley. We will share your material to our student here in Widya Mandira Katolik University. So to conclude this session today's discussion has showcased the vital link between academic leadership, high impact research, and knowledge dissemination in promoting innovation and excellence in education. So with that, we conclude this session. Once again, thank you so much, Prof. Shirley Mendonça, for your time and for sharing your inspiring insight with us. Now, I will hand the session back to our MC for the certificate presentation and group photo. Thank you so much, Prof. Shirley.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Beatrice.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Shirley Mendoza, for your enlightened presentation. We will now proceed with the certificate awarding and photo session. Please keep your camera on and as the IT team capture this moment. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. So, thank you, and we turn to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Karin and Prof. Shirley. Thank you so much for joining us today. Okay, so you guys still excited? We still have like 2 more speakers. Okay, thank you so much for still stay here, guys. Now we are moving to the next agenda featuring our respected speaker, Pater Dr. Pascalis Seran SVD. Okay, since Pater Dr. Pascalis will be presenting offline, let us first invite him to the stage. Once again, guys, give big applause for Pater Pascalis. Okay, so we are already here with Pater Pascalis, our honor guest. Allow me to briefly introduce our guest today. I know that you guys already know Pater Pascalis because every day maybe we meet in Campus Merdeka, yeah? So Dr. Pascalis Seran was born on April 26, 1876 in Makbalin Timor, East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. He completed his bachelor degree in Philosophy and Theology at Philosophisch Theologische Hochschule SVD St. Augustine, Germany. He earned his master's degree in financial management from the University of San Carlos, Cebu, Philippines, and completed his doctoral study in financial management at Satya Wacana Christian University, Salatiga, Indonesia. Since 2014, Pater Dr. Pascalis has been a full-time lecturer at Universitas Katolik Widya Mandira Kupang. Currently, he serves as the head of the Master of Management program at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Katolik Widya Mandira. In addition, he has published several scientific articles in reputable international journals, reflecting both scholarly rigor and practical relevance. So, without further delay, let us warmly welcome Pater Dr. Pascalis Seran to share his insight. Pater, the floor is yours.
So thank you, Beatrix, for the time and opportunity given to me to present something about the social entrepreneurship in the global era, from local impact to global change. So I think it's better to stand here. I know that this time is a holy hour, so it's not very favorable to present this kind of paper, but because it's now my turn, so I hope that you are not sleeping while I am presenting my paper. So we have listened to many speakers. They have shared their knowledgeable. They are great people. They share their experience and their knowledge and what they have done in the field of social entrepreneurship. And my presentation is a little bit academic. So I hope that you stay awake to listen to me. Yeah. So, please next slide. So my presentation entitled Social Entrepreneurship from Philanthropy to Sustainable Impact. So kewirausahaan sosial dari filantropi menuju dampak berkelanjutan. So the rapid global transformation in economic and social systems has generated a growing interest in social entrepreneurship as an alternative approach to address persistent social and environmental challenges. Despite its growing popularity, the concept of social entrepreneurship remains theoretically fragmented. So many studies focus on individual cases or entrepreneurial success stories, but fewer explore its conceptual evolution from historical, ethical, and sustainability perspective. So, because of that, I aim to analyze the conceptual evolution of social entrepreneurship in this paper. So from its philanthropic origins to its current form as a driver of sustainable impact. And by synthesizing major theoretical contributions, I then present a continuum model that explains the transformation of social entrepreneurship in its economic, ethical, and sustainability dimensions. So next slide. This is the abstract. So I will explore how social entrepreneurship evolved from charity to sustainable impact models. So next. This is the background. Next slide. So my aim is to trace the conceptual evolution from philanthropic giving to sustainable systemic change. Next slide. So I'll begin with historical roots of entrepreneurship business. Yeah. The earliest roots of social entrepreneurship can be traced to philanthropy, that is, voluntary acts of giving intended to relieve suffering or support community welfare. In this charity logic, the focus was on compassion and generosity, rather than on long-term structural solutions. Philanthropy was primarily donor-driven and often reactive to social issues such as poverty, education, and health. During the 20th century, particularly after the 1970s, limitations of traditional philanthropy became evident. Charity, while essential, often created dependency and lacked mechanisms for sustainability. This realization led to the emergence of social enterprise, which combined the social mission of non-profit organizations with the efficiency and self-sustaining mechanism of business ventures. Pioneering initiatives such as the Grameen Bank by Muhammad Yunus and later hybrid companies like Tom Shoes and Patagonia began to embody this dual logic, so generating income while pursuing measurable social impact. The concept evolved further into a hybrid organization, that is, entities that operate between the non-profit and for-profit spectrums, creating both social and financial value. Next slide. Next slides. Okay. Theoretical foundation. I was thinking about this paper, and I know that social entrepreneurship is very popular now, but I want to give something like, I look at theoretical foundation of social entrepreneurship. So I have researched about this theoretical foundation, and I found out that the conceptual roots of social entrepreneurship rest upon several theoretical pillars. First, the Schumpeter innovation. So Joseph Schumpeter's theory of entrepreneurship emphasizes innovation as a driver of creative destruction that is replacing old systems with new and more efficient ones. Schumpeter berpendapat bahwa pembangunan ekonomi terjadi melalui inovasi yang dilakukan oleh wirausahawan. Menurut Schumpeter, wirausahawan bukan sekedar pengelola, melainkan pencipta kombinasi baru, new combination, yang membuat struktur pasar. Ia memperkenalkan konsep creative destruction, yakni proses penghancuran tatanan ekonomi lama oleh sistem yang baru, yang lebih efisien dan produktif. So, with this we can say that Schumpeter has laid down a basis for the idea that innovation can change the economic system. And social entrepreneurship broadens this notion by asserting that innovation can change social system. Menurut Schumpeter, the entrepreneur disrupts equilibrium for economic development, tapi dalam kerangka social entrepreneurship, usahawan menghancurkan kenyamanan untuk kebaikan sosial. Yang berikut adalah Weberian ethics and moral purpose. Slide berikut, next. The concept of social entrepreneurship can better understood through the ethical and moral perspectives introduced by Max Weber. In his seminal work, The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, Weber argues that the development of modern capitalism was driven not merely by economic motives, but also by moral and spiritual values derived from Protestant ethics. That is diligence, discipline, frugality, and the sense of calling. So for Weber, working or enterprise is not just a job, but it is a calling. Moral purpose emphasizes that business and entrepreneurship should not solely pursue profit, but also serve higher ethical goals, promoting human welfare, social justice, and sustainability. Weberian ethics provides the moral and rational foundation for social entrepreneurship. So as Weber's insights suggest, work, and by extension enterprise, is a vocation through which one fulfills moral responsibility to others. The third theoretical foundation of social entrepreneurship is the concept of triple bottom line. Next slide. So John Elkington introduced the concept of the triple bottom line as an expansion of traditional business performance measure. Elkington emphasized that a sustainability enterprise must balance three main dimensions: people, planet, and profit. Elkington's triple bottom line concept provides the theoretical and ethical foundation for the growth of social entrepreneurship. While Weberian ethics emphasize moral calling and ethical responsibility in economic actions, TBL expands this framework into the realm of sustainability. So a moral business, in Elkington's view, is one that enhances human well-being, that is people, preserves the planet, and remains economically viable or profit. Therefore, social entrepreneurship embodies the practical application of the triple bottom line, a business approach that unites social, environmental, and economic balance into one ethical and strategic whole. So the fourth theory is shared value by Porter and Kramer. Next slide. So Michael Porter and Mark Kramer, in their article Creating Shared Value, introduced the concept of shared value as a business strategy aimed at creating economic value for the company alongside social value for society. Companies are not only socially responsible, but must integrate social issues into the core of their business strategy. Porter and Kramer emphasized that the future of business lies in the ability to create shared value. Social entrepreneurship demonstrates the practical implementation of this concept through business models that integrate social and economic objectives from the outset. The fifth theory is institutional theory. Next slide. So from an institutional perspective, social entrepreneurship arises as a response to legitimacy pressures. Organizations innovate to meet evolving societal expectations of responsibility and impact. Institutional theory explains that organizational behavior is shaped not only by economic or efficiency factors, but also by social pressures, norms, and institutional expectations that prevail in its environment. From the institutional theory perspective, social entrepreneurs can be understood as institutional entrepreneurs, individuals or organizations that challenge established social and economic norms, introduce new approaches to solving social issues, and create new institutional forms that merge social and economic objectives. So they not only adapt to institutional pressures, but also transform the institutional field itself, for example, by introducing the social business concept that blurs the line between the non-profit and not-for-profit sectors. In other words, institutional theory helps explain how social entrepreneurship emerges, survives, and evolves by gaining legitimacy, managing social pressures, and creating sustainable institutional change. So toward sustainable impact, a conceptual transformation. Next slides. The evolution from charity to sustainable impact marks a fundamental redefinition of what it means to do good. Modern social entrepreneurship seeks not only to alleviate immediate needs, but to transform the underlying systems that create inequality and exclusion. So first, what to do is redefinition of success. So traditional philanthropy measures success by the amount of aid given, but social entrepreneurship measures success by impact sustainability. Economic performance is now coupled with social and ecological well-being. The second is to integrate the SDGs framework. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals have become a global reference point for social entrepreneurs. By aligning business missions with goals such as poverty reduction, gender equality, and climate action, social entrepreneurship functions as a strategic agent of sustainable development. And the third is how they measure the impact. The emergence of social return on investment, or SROI, underscore the shift toward accountability and transparency in social enterprises. These metrics move beyond charity by quantifying the tangible benefits generated for society. And the last is a sustainable mindset. So this transformation represents a broader cultural change, a shift from doing good to creating systemic change. Social entrepreneurs increasingly view sustainability as the core of their business model rather than a moral add-on. So we present a conceptual continuum from this presentation. Theoretically, So please, next slide. So this paper or this presentation proposed a conceptual continuum model consisting of 3 stages from historical and theoretical perspective. First is philanthropic logic, that is charity-based, altruism and short-term relief, and then move to social enterprise logic, that is market-based, social mission and profit, and financial sustainability, and currently is sustainable impact logic, systemic-based, hybrid value creation, long-term transformation. So this continuum illustrates that social entrepreneurship has evolved from individual acts of generosity to systemic mechanisms for sustainable change. It also clarifies that the concept is dynamic, continuously integrating new economic, social, and environmental paradigms. The implication for future directions. Theoretically, the conceptual evolution, please next slide. Okay. The conceptual evolution of social entrepreneurship demands a broader theoretical framework that integrates business ethics, innovation theory, and sustainability science. It encourages a redefinition of entrepreneurial success beyond financial indicators. And for practitioners are encouraged to design hybrid models that balance economic viability with measurable social impact. The shift towards sustainability implies that enterprises must embed long-term value creation in their core operations. And for governments and institutions should foster ecosystem that support impact-driven enterprises through tax incentives, social innovation funds, and legal recognition of hybrid organizations such as benefit corporation or B Corps. And for future research, further empirical research is needed to validate the proposed continuum model across the different cultural and economic contexts, especially within developing economies, where social entrepreneurship plays a crucial developmental role. As a conclusion, next slides. So the journey of social entrepreneurship from philanthropy to sustainable impact reflects a profound evolution in humanity's approach to social responsibility. It represents a paradigmatic shift from alleviating symptoms of social problems to addressing their root causes through innovative, systemic, and sustainable mechanisms. Social entrepreneurship thus stands as a bridge between moral intention and economic rationality, merging compassion with innovation. And by embracing sustainability as its foundation, social entrepreneurship becomes not merely an economic activity, but transformative force for equitable and enduring social progress. Next slide. Thank you. So social business is about creating a world where no one is left behind. This is for Muhammad Yunus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pater. Thank you very much, Pater Dr. Pascalis, for such an inspiring and enlightening presentation. I believe this is an excellent and true presentation. So I sincerely value the depth and quality of the content. I just think it's so interesting because there is too much theory that you present to us. We will now proceed to the discussion session, and we already have like 2 questions in the Zoom chat box. I'll read it for you, Pater, before we go to our offline, yeah? We will make Pater answer the question by Zoom first. The first question is, what is the differences between charity and social entrepreneurship in promoting community sustainability? Okay? Is it clear?
Okay, thank you.
Time to answer, Pater.
So thank you. I think it was in my presentation also I have presented to you what is the difference between the charity and social entrepreneurship. So we all know about the charity, especially the Catholic Church. From our experience, our missionaries, when they came to us, we see them that people who has a lot of money, because people in Europe and US gave them money and they came here and they built schools and then clinics and everything. But after that, in the late 1970s, we realized that these funds are gone, actually. And now we try to do something to survive or to do something to ourselves. And this is exactly the difference between the charity. Charity is generosity, giving to others, while social entrepreneur is doing business, making profit to sustain financially, but it must have social impact. So empowerment, pemberdayaan, ya, itu kira-kira perbedaan dari charity. Charity kita sudah alami dari gereja Katolik yang datang membangun sekolah, membangun rumah sakit dan semuanya. Tetapi ketika para misionaris kita pergi, kita tidak punya apa-apa lagi, kita harus berdiri di kaki kita sendiri. Sekarang kita harus doing business while helping others. Ya, itulah social entrepreneurship. I think that's all. Yeah.
It's a nice answer, Pater. We move to the second question from online side. Sorry to ask in bahasa Indonesia. Bagaimana implementasi ayat Alkitab yang tadi dipresentasikan pada kewirausahaan sosial? Silakan, Pater.
Ayat Alkitab yang mana ya tadi ya?
Okay, I'm so sorry. Maybe
about the Weber, the theory of Weber.
Okay,
So Max Weber itu dia teori tentang bahwa bekerja itu kapitalisme yang ada di Eropa itu tumbuh berkembang karena ada nilai-nilai etik, terutama dalam Protestan, yaitu tekun, kerja keras, dan ada moral purpose, yaitu semacam bahwa orang bekerja bukan hanya sekedar bekerja, tetapi juga mau membantu orang lain. Jadi seorang entrepreneur, dia membangun bisnis, tetapi juga dia memberikan kesempatan untuk orang lain mendapat pekerjaan. Jadi itulah makanya orang Jerman itu, artinya orang Max Weber melihat bahwa was wir tun oder unternehmen ist nicht nur eine Arbeit, aber also eine Berufung. So Beruf und Berufung, Beruf itu pekerjaan, Berufung itu panggilan. Jadi pekerjaan itu adalah panggilan. Jadi menjadi seorang pebisnis itu adalah panggilan. Makanya dalam arti sosial berarti kalau panggilan maka kita harus juga membagi kepada orang lain. Itu kira-kira.
Okay, thank you so much, Pater. Now we move to the offline audience. Would anyone like to ask a question? Okay, guys, can you help? Okay.
Okay, thank you for the time. So before I say my question, can I say my question in Indonesian, please?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Feel free, Dani.
So, jadi pertanyaan dari saya itu, Pater, bagaimana keterampilan manajemen sumber daya manusia berperan dalam membangun tim yang memiliki semangat sosial dan profesionalisme dalam berbisnis?
Oke, terima kasih, Dani.
Ini pertanyaan cukup menantang ini ya. Bagaimana keterampilan sumber daya manusia, ya, berperan dalam yang memiliki semangat sosial. Wow, ini saya juga agak susah menjawabnya. Bagaimana keterampilan sumber daya manusia dalam membangun tim untuk memiliki untuk memiliki semangat wirausaha sosial. Begini, saya kembali lagi ke apa pandangan dari Weber tadi, bahwa we have to have a call, something feel something like seperti panggilan, ya. Apa yang engkau punya, engkau miliki, bakat apapun, ya, kalau engkau mau melihat itu sebagai sesuatu yang diberikan berkat dan juga panggilan untuk melakukan sesuatu, engkau lebih mudah akan bekerja sama dengan online untuk menjadi sosial. Bisa menjawab sedikit ini agak rohani, tapi ya kira-kira seperti itu ya. Silakan bertanya kepada tadi beberapa contoh Ibu Hanna, ya apa yang dicari, atau Ibu Melsi, bagaimana mereka mulainya. Sebenarnya itu adalah sebuah passion, ya. Jadi soal skill, pengetahuan engkau miliki, tetapi engkau juga harus mempunyai passion untuk bisa berbagi kepada orang lain. Ya. Kira-kira begitu ya jawaban saya.
Oke. Thank you so much, Pater. Sekali lagi mari kita berikan apresiasi, tepuk tangan untuk Pater yang puji Tuhan sudah memberikan kita materi pada sore hari ini. So once again, thank you Pater Dr. Pascali Seran for your time and for sharing your inspiring thought. Now I give the time to the MC.
Thank you, Ms. Beatrix. Now, thank you to Father Pascal. For ladies and gentlemen, maybe we can give a big applause again to Father Pascal for the inspiring presentation. Now, we will move to the certificate awarding session and selendang as souvenir. So we kindly invite once again Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Ms. Dr. M.E. Perseveranda, MSI. So thank you, Father Pascal and Miss Perseveranda. Now we back to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Pater Pascalis, and also thank you, Karin. Now we move to our last speaker today. Okay, so we now move forward to our next agenda featuring our esteemed speaker, Associate Professor Elisa Nasruddin from Graduate School of Business, University Science Malaysia. Prof. Elisa, can you hear my voice? Hello, good afternoon from Indonesia, and I think we have like a same time with Malaysia. Now we are in 3 p.m. Hello, Prof. Elisa, can you hear my voice? I just think that you are still unmute your microphone, Prof. Can you just unmute your microphone? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we must waiting maybe for a minute. I just think that maybe there is some problem with Prof. Elisa Nasruddin connection. So we just try to fix it in a minute. Okay, I'm so sorry. We just tried to connect with Professor Elisa Nasruddin from Malaysia. I just think maybe there is some problem with the connection, and we just try to contact Prof. Elisa to solve the problem. Oke, mohon maaf, sepertinya karena di schedule kita seharusnya Prof menyampaikan dalam waktu 15.30, jadi mungkin kita break dalam waktu 10-15 menit sambil menunggu kami mengkonfirmasi, karena kalau sesuai, iya, karena sesuai schedule beliau harusnya masuk pada pukul 15.15. Jadi mohon berkenan menunggu, kami berharap teman-teman partisipan online juga bisa menunggu sambil kami mengontak kembali beliau. Mohon maaf karena mungkin masih ada agenda lain. Kita menunggu dalam waktu 15 menit. Terima kasih. Prof. Elisa, can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes, very well. Thank you so much for having me here.
Okay, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward to our agenda featuring our esteemed speaker, Associate Professor Elisa Nasruddin, PhD, from the Graduate School of Business, Universitas Sains Malaysia. Now, allow me to introduce our honor guest. So, Associate Professor Elisa Nasruddin, PhD, is a foresight in organizational transformation and social innovation specialist, and currently serves as the head of corporate social responsibility research at the Graduate School of Business, USM. Over the past 20 years, she has combined philosophical and technical approach in her research, teaching, and training on topics such as organizational transformation, ethics, corporate social responsibility, social enterprise, operation and supply chain management, foresight and future studies, wildcard scenarios, sustainable heritage, and social innovation. In addition, Associate Professor Elisa also coordinates the Qualitative Research Methodology course for DBA program and facilitates MBA specialization courses in sustainable development and social enterprise. Her research and academic interests include the public value of business school, futures living heritage in civilization, dialogue, the future of civilization in post-growth economy, and anticipating responsible business education for social innovation. For this session, Prof. Elisa will deliver her presentation for 30 minutes and followed by 15 minutes interactive discussion session where participants can ask questions. Without further delay, let us warmly welcome Associate Professor Elisa Nasruddin to share her knowledge and perspective. So, Professor Elisa, floor is yours.
Right, thank you so much, Madam Chairperson there, and thank you for having me for this very beautiful seminar that I was following through everyone since this morning. I'm so overjoyed to hear that everyone is participating from your end, especially the students there, and there were some very good questions since this morning, and very good speakers there. And I'm very, very glad that you all have came up with this title or theme on social responsibility or corporate social enterprise leading from local impact, moving towards global change, because at the end of the day, what is more important is how we relate with our own social community before we can make an impact with the world beyond where we are. And for us to make change, it starts from ourselves within our own local community. In this case, I see that it is you all within the Universitas itself. So I'm very glad that you are staying on, and I hope this particular sharing will be something that is that will add new insights to what you're doing in there, in your courses and all the community service program that Universitas has been working with you, as well as all your projects that you are working over there and your connection with the business enterprises out there. So what I will do now is I will share my slides. I think I'm sharing my slides, right?
Yes, yes, for sure, Prof.
Right, okay. So I see whether I can turn it into a, how to turn it into, how do you say it? Sharing it in the form of full version. I'm not sharing the full version, right?
Okay, but now I just think that it's too many slides that we can see.
Yeah,
so
that's right. I'm trying to turn it into,
Okay.
not sure, because I do not use this system, so I'm trying to see how I'm doing it better. All right, maybe what I'll do is, you bear with me for a moment. No, not this one.
It's okay, Prof. Maybe you can press F5, Prof, to solve the problem.
F5?
Yes.
I don't think so. That doesn't solve any problem. Hold on a second. So this is what happens with technology, if you all will. Because when you have technology, it just affect all our discussion, because now we have to make sure we figure this out before we can do anything else. Hold on. What I'll do is how do I unshare this?
Okay, Prof, if you still have problem with that, maybe our IT team will help you to share the screen from here.
Yeah, well, perhaps so. Can you help me share for me?
Okay, for sure. Our IT team will try to share it to help you. Okay, we will start right now, Prof. Okay, we can
hold on.
see your...
Maybe I can do it this way. Let me see whether I can do it.
We already see the slide. We already see the slide.
Have you seen the slides?
Okay, wait for a minute, Prof. We'll try to help you now.
Yes, okay, you got it.
We
All
already.
right, okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Because just now, the second speaker talks about advocacy, where at the end of the day, social enterprise or social business is not just about a social mission or mission over profit, but it is also about advocacy. It's also about what you believe in, that you want to pursue, and the kind of change you want to make. So this is where I'm coming from to share with everyone here. So let's begin with this from the context of youth advocacy for social entrepreneurship. Can we look at the second slide now? The second slide, please.
Yes. We already moved to the second slide, Prof.
Right. And a point that's very important for as you move into the future for the youths, now we're referring to my message is moving towards, okay, this is the third slide. Prior to that, one slide earlier, the second slide.
Okay, Prof. Is it okay? It's good?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yes, that's the one. Now, in this slide, what I'm trying to tell you this is here, we need to understand that where you stand today is a very privileged position you're all in. You're now in the university, and you can basically spend a lot of time studying, and you do not have to worry yet about what you will do after you graduate. But once you graduate, what will you be doing? That's very important. And at the end of the day, you need to understand your role in the society, hand in hand with being part and parcel of an enterprise that you're going to work for or you will be creating, will have to include what we call genuine inclusive participation. In other words, can everyone be part of what you're doing? Can everyone do what you also are doing today, being part of a privileged environment where you're learning? How many people are not part of this participation in learning that you are part of? So genuine inclusive participation is what entrepreneurs should be doing into the future, where not only one group of privileged community is part of. So if you're helping the mothers of the future, if you're helping youths who are not privileged in the future, who else can you include in that participation? This is what we call genuine inclusive participation. See, I highlighted that in yellow. Now, at the same time, when you do that, you also will be doing what we call shared future. You will create a shared future for everyone to be part of something good that you want to work with. This is what we call youth advocacy for the future, and you can use social enterprise for that purpose. So the third slide now is going to show you what I mean by this. So can we move? Yes, here. In here, we're talking about the inclusive society of the future. Now, everyone here, I'm very sure, are very quite equipped with handling the digital world, right? Everyone here has a phone. Everyone is part of the Instagram. Everyone here is part of the social media. Everyone here knows all the software apps that you can work on. And everyone here also use the computer for all your work assignments. But you think about it, how many of us here in the whole wide world are or have access to the digital environment that you are part of? First, you have to know English. Second, you have to be able to understand how to use the apps. Third, you must have money and so forth. So if you think about digital world you're in, I'm going to give you one course that you might want to consider. It's about how do you consider digital literacy as part of the world we're on of. What is digital literacy? How do you create more digital literacy out there? But is digital literacy the only literacy that we should be considering in our life? What is digital literacy? And in inclusive society, actually 7 types of digital literacy: digital construction, digital communication, digital civic literacy, digital critical literacy, digital creative literacy, digital conflict literacy, digital cultural literacy. So as you move forward as a student, you need to understand it's not just equipping yourself with technology, it's beyond that. How do you use technology to ensure everyone is part of culture that is much more literate, and digital allows you to be more literate in the best way possible, right? So if you remember just now, we had a good social entrepreneur who came in and talked about Ko Anyam, right? She was talking about the organization who basically, Du Anyam, who basically is making heads spinning with all the great products they're doing, and they are collaborating with IKEA. But at the same time, we need to note that when we do this, we're accessing the world, we're providing some of service, and we're getting a lot of women entrepreneurs to be part of it, or women society to be part of it. We must understand that at the end of the day, who is benefiting from this? We need to consider when we get to be more digital ecosystem as part of our environment, can we make sure that everyone is also literate in all sense of the word, right? Especially the last one, digital cultural literacy. So from a local impact point of view, every one of you here, when you do any community enterprise work and you want to get your work shared with others through the website, through Instagram, through any other technology perspective, you need to understand that how are you making an impact from the point of view of literacy, right? So let's move on to the next slide. Slide number 4 will show you something that is important to move towards your social cause at the end of the day, right? Slide number 4. Yes, here you find that every one of you here is part of a digital landscape. We are born to begin working with the computers right from our tender age, right? But you must remember, when we start doing that, we are part of also an environment where we do not know to what extent we are actually we are part of a strength or a limitation of the society, because everyone here is part of a bigger society where there are 4 key issues of the future. There is a lot of digital divide where not everyone has access to technology, digital childhoods, where every one of you here has some kind of background in relation to digital world, right? It's either positive or negative. There's digital dangers where we only see certain things, we don't see it. What else that is not part of the digital world that we should know? And also digital priorities, that at the end of the day, you are being forced to do certain things and let go of other things. So we are also entering what we call IR 5.0. So if you're aware what it is, it's part of IR 4.0. So what is IR 4.0? It is Industrial Revolution, where every one of you here, when you graduate, you are expected to know how to use a computer, how to use for many, many, many ways, right? But IR 5.1 is going beyond that. We're looking at our own role in the future, how we make the world a better place. That is an ethical world. That's IR 4.0. So we do what we need to do right now. We need to have 21st century local wisdom, which is where your team is very apt. Today you talk about local impact and global change. How do you ensure that every one of you here is contributing towards that change? How does social entrepreneurship, social enterprise be part of this and do better than other big businesses? How do you make sure that everyone's have whatever knowledge is being shared and everyone has certain experience that allow him to have a better life? Okay, so this is what we call the livelihood competencies of the future. So perhaps we go to the next slide, but I will not go beyond too much on that because it can be quite challenging to go through this slide. But what I want to tell you is that at the end of the day, every one of us here is part of a future. This future is a future of technology, which if you're not careful, the negative side of it will take over our lives, right? So what does it feel like to be in 2050 is a question you want to ask yourself. So I come from the background where I look at foresight perspective for social entrepreneurs. In other words, how does social entrepreneur work in 2050? It's very far ahead. Perhaps some of you here, many of you here are around what, 20 years old? So you'll be around 40 years old by then, right? 40 to 50 years old. By then you have matured into blooming into social entrepreneurs, living a life that is very successful, my hope. At that time, you're making a difference to the world. But what kind of difference are you making, right? That is very important for youth here. You want to have that visual of the kind of world you want to be part of. And that is something that we need to be able to begin from now in the university environment to figure out what it means to be part of the year 2050, right? And so that begins with you because you are the youth, the leaders of tomorrow. So let me go to the next slide, slide number 6. Now in this slide, you'll see I asked a few questions. The whole idea of thinking about the future is to ask questions. So I asked, why does future of youth advocacy becomes critical in the 21st century? Why is it important we talk about social enterprise? It's only important if you are part of it. It is not important if you're just taking this as a theory, right? We're just listening and it's not of any importance to us. It is important if you start thinking about what kind of world you want to be part of. So the world we're talking about is the kind of transformation you want to be part of, the kind of transformation you want to make, right? So in this part and parcel, we ask this question, you're actually asking what's wrong with what's happening today? What's wrong that we need to change about tomorrow and the day after? So how can we do this so that everybody will be part of something positive and it starts with you? So the next slide will show you some example of what I do over here in Graduate School of Business. Can we go to the next slide? Now, this is what I do over here. So I get my students who are postgraduate students, MBA students, to work with me. And yes, right. I get my graduate students to work with me and they start to do what we call a futures wheel. So you might not be able to read this, that's okay. I just want to give you a visual of what it means to work with the future. You start with an issue and you start to create a mapping of it and you see what seems to be the problem about the future when you start working with issues. Now from here, actually what I am trying to explain to you is the future of tomorrow is a future where if we are not careful, we'll find ourselves being dictated by technology, right? Artificial intelligence are here to stay. How many of us use artificial intelligence for our work, for our assignments? How many of us here use artificial intelligence to go anywhere? You know, we depend on artificial intelligence to structure our life, to find new information, to research more information. In fact, we use it a lot in our analytical analytical decisions that we make, right? So we've been fed by artificial intelligence, so we do not have to think. When we do not have to think, right, we depend on them to tell us what next to do. And that happens here is going to be a little bit challenging if you're talking about social entrepreneurs and social enterprise making a difference. You've got to be in charge of the issues. You've got to know what's going on. You've got to go to the ground. You've got to meet people. You've got to discuss with everybody, right? It's not about you sitting down behind the computer and figuring things out. And that's going to be the issue here. Because what you think is happening on the ground, it changes all the time. It's not the same as what the data or artificial intelligence information in the system. It's not the same. And being social entrepreneur or social enterprise working on this, you'll find that the changes are very dynamic, right? Problems, challenges, issues, solving matters, figuring out a better business model, working with people on the solution, implementing it. These are all dynamic changes which cannot be documented and feed into an artificial intelligence system to analyze it, because it needs a human to figure this out. Okay, next slide. Now, this is what we call, if you haven't seen this before, it's called a STEEP analysis. A lot of my students do that. And we look at the push and pull factors that is surrounding issues of the society. And this is an exhaustive one that shows you different dimensions. So when you have a program, when you have a project on community service, when you want to look at problems, suppose your lecturer is asking you to look at problems, what kind of problems can you think of and work on the solutions surrounding it? You can use this mapping, society, technology, economic, sustainability, ecology, and politics to work on it, right? Because it gives you a big picture of the problems there is out there, especially in your local community. Just taking one of them. Society, right? You know where you are, right? Where you are over there, right? In your region, it's not, the issues there is not the same as the issues in my region where I am in Malaysia. So you take society alone, the cultural demographics is different, the family life is different, the public health issue is different, the religion and ethics is different, the social agency, in other words, the issues that the society want to work on will be different, right? So this is important for us to look at. We talk about youth advocacy for change. Can we look at the next one? The next one is very important. Next slide is to show you a schematic of what it means to work with the future as youth advocacy for change. Can we see the next slide, please? Right, so this particular slide will show you what we mean by the future. And I work on 4 different types of scenarios of the future. And these scenarios of the future, they are given certain names to it. One is brewing storm, the other one is wild card, the other one, the second, the one at the bottom is called business as usual scenario, and last but not least is flash in the pan scenario. Okay, now can I see the next slide, please? You'll see a better picture when you look at this. Okay, I think everyone will understand this better. Now, I mapped digital world or digital literacy against injustices, right? I know in Indonesia, everyone over there is very much, the youths over there are very much aware of your rights, aware of what's important, aware of what's important for your own, for the future of the society. And then you exercise your rights, which is good, right? At the same time, so the word injustice is something that's familiar to everyone. At the same time, you want to connect it to what we call digital literacy, right? When we say digital literacy, remember the 7 literacy I was showing just now, right? This digital literacy is not just about us accessing technology, because digital literacy leads to many things. It leads to inclusiveness, whether you can access a better life, includes whether you have access to good public health, whether you have access to your political rights in the society, whether you have good family livelihood, whether you have a good employment, everything. It opens up a door to a better world, or it does not give you so. And therefore, if you match injustices against literacy, you'll find there are 4 types of scenario in the future. The first one on your left, or left up, is called the wildcard scenario. You know, when you play card games, there'll be one card that you cannot, it can be any card that you want to imagine it to be, those who are good at playing cards. Now that is called a wildcard. It can be anything. The future can be anything that you are not planned for. The other one on the right is brewing storm. It's something that's looming, it's going to happen. Whether you're ready or not, it will happen, it will come your way. The one at the back, one at the bottom is flash in the pan. It means, hey, if the pan is on fire, you're cooking, right? The pan is on fire, you can just take away the fire by putting water on it, right? So it's something that happens suddenly, but you can just reduce the fire, right? And last but not least is business as usual, or BAU. What does BAU means? Everything is normal. No matter what, we can just keep on going. So what we want to do is to be able to understand that as youths of tomorrow who's going to make the change and lead social enterprises or lead your own enterprise with social advocacy in mind, that the first stop, wildcard and brewing storm, you must want to be part of this, understand it, predict it, and be able to work on it. So if you take the wildcard, that is called low degree of digital literacy against rising injustices. So if you notice that there's 2 matrix, right? You either have the quadrant here we're referring to is the high impact and low impact quadrant, that's vertical, against a horizontal quadrant called a low degree of digital literacy or high degree of digital literacy. So if you're in a wildcard scenario, you're talking about high impact, right? Injustices, that's high, and also low degree of digital literacy. Now that's bad because you have a lot of injustices where many people are unsatisfied and people do not have access to digital literacy the way it should be. The other side is when you have high degree of digital literacy, but people are still having a lot of issues, which is rising injustices. So I think this is the most important for us to look at is the brewing storm, because the wildcard scenario is something that we cannot predict, right? So give you an example what is a wildcard scenario that we went through the last 4 years or so, and that was the COVID-19. That was a wildcard scenario. We did not know it was coming. It just came just like that. It became a wildcard and affected everyone in the whole entire world. So the role of social enterprises here is very important, but that whenever there's a brewing storm coming and you saw that there are certain issues surrounding it, that potentially that might be the case if you don't work on it. So we as youths of today want to advocate some change, right? So let's move on to the brewing storm then. Can we move to the next slide? Right, so this slide is very important. So I'll give you some examples, the characteristics of brewing storm where you have high injustices and high degree of digital literacy. You know, because everyone here, 5 years, 10 years down the road, when you're 2050, everyone will be digitally literate, right? From you towards going to your children, going towards your grandchildren, everyone here. But what will happen to our life at that time? Is there any injustices we have? How's our lifestyle then? Are we going to have obsession with urban lifestyle? Do we also have what we call low communal connection? What does that mean? So everyone is on the computer, everyone, you move around, everyone is connected to the gadgets. And do we talk anymore? Do we have conversations? Work-life imbalances where we are highly automated and we are very much sucked into a world where productivity is expected at a higher level. Local wisdom, will local wisdom be valued? Like what your motto or the theme of today is about local impact and global change. But can we have local impact in a world where the technology or AI will tell us what's right and what's wrong, how to pursue our lives? And last but not least, will we have access to information? That's very important. Or will it be manipulated by industries? Because AI is here to stay. It will be run and powered by the those who are in power, which means industries. But can you, youths, part of a social entrepreneurship, do something that's going to make sure that this doesn't happen by 2050, or moving from 2030 to 2040 to 2050? Now, this is where your role, where youth advocacy is concerned. So I will not run through the rest of the scenarios. I want to get you to one important part about digital literacy. So whomever is with the slides, now can you move to the next one? So that's a wildcard. We will not go through this. The next one, business as usual. Can we go to the next slide? Business as usual. All right, so we do not want to go through this also, because this is like everyday life. No, nothing changes. And the other one, flash in the pan. Next slide, flash in the pan. Okay, we won't go through this either, because this is something that is, if there is any change in the future, you can handle it. Right, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so part of digital literacy is to sustain a better world. And it's called what we call cultural digital literacy. That is the seventh literacy that we should all be part of, because every one of you here, you're part of that cultural sustainability that we want to engineer, that we want to improve on, that we want to sustain. Because 20 years down the road, it is your children, your grandchildren who will be part of the future you leave behind. So as social entrepreneurs, you want to sustain local wisdom or local impact where culture is concerned is intact. So the key cultural values that you want to consider for a shared future, right? You look at all these bullet points: human dignity, respect, equality, justice, responsibility, global mindedness, cultural diversity, freedom, tolerance, democracy. Will they be sustained 10, 20, 30 years down? Will they be sustained? What is your role in it? If you're part of a social enterprise, part of a social entrepreneurship, you're part of a community service project that your school is doing, your faculty is working on, how do you understand this? How do you make sure all the diverse point of views that the community thinks about, how do you make sure that it is included as part of the project, as part of the program you're working on, as part of the products that you are part of, that social enterprise that you want to pursue, right? Very important, because in Indonesia, I know creative industries is a big part of what you do, right? So for example, you take Anyam just now, Anyam, they talk about artisan, the artisan community. The artisan community means the women are part of this entrepreneurship. They come up with products that has to do with working with handicrafts or handcrafts, right? These handcrafts are part of parcel of what we call the creative industries. And no artificial intelligence can do this for you. You got to sit down and manually work on it. When you manually work on it, you work together, you understand what respect is, you understand what cultural values mean, you understand what it means to have human dignity and sustain certain culture in your lives. Okay, so this is where we stand. Youths of today, while you work with the modern world, part of a technology, part of a environment, business environment that values the modern values, how do we ensure that this is still sustained? Shall we look at the next slide?
Okay, sorry, Prof. There are only 5 minutes left.
I'm almost finished.
Okay.
So if you look at this slide,
Okay.
you need to be part of something bigger, everyone here, right? You're part of AI and automation and ethical concerns for a smart city. All cities will develop into a smart city. How do you make sure social entrepreneurship is part of it? Happiness and livelihoods in a high-tech city. How do you do this? Data security in future smart cities. How do you do this? Poverty still exists in smart cities. How do you stop that? Access to participation in decision-making by less privileged groups. How do you make sure that doesn't happen? Where participation is still intact, where power actually resides. Where do you ensure power is? Is it part of the big industries, or should it be given to the society? Building tolerant communities, Digital economy, how important is this when you think of it, as opposed to what the women who are part of Du Anyam is working on? They are part of a traditional economy, right? And we want to sustain traditional economy. Last but not least, human bonds and the lives of future generations. Okay, so this is a key here. As you move forward, guys, you are part of this youth advocacy for the change you want to make. Okay, next slide, please. So I'm just putting this out. If you haven't seen this before, you find that when we talk about sustainability, where I come from, we talk about sustainability. The one on the right, the one on the left is a normal way of understanding what society is. Where you find an overlap between economy, environment, and social. That's the triple bottom line. But the new way of understanding triple bottom line is on the right, where you or the social entrepreneurship, you're part of economy, is part of the society. And the society is part of environment. So whatever you do not, and if you don't understand that you are subservient to the society, and the society and business are subservient to the environment, then we're doing a disservice to our future, right? Always know that we do not want to have a negative impact on the society and the environment. So can we look at the last few slides, please? Can we look at the last slide? The next slide, please. Right, so the one before. All right, this is fine. It's the same slide. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, everyone knows this, right? It was also mentioned just now, but SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So it will continue to be part and parcel of what we do as we move forward into 2050. But the most important thing to note is that at the end of the day is number 17, Partnership for the Goals. So social entrepreneurship has a beautiful role to play, partnership for the goals. When you start working on number 17, you will actually cover every other goals there is here, right? So you want to look at this and understand, you start thinking about how whatever product you do, community service you work on, right? How do you work with all these different goals? How do you interact these different goals together? And I would like to suggest there's another goal everyone has to do and work on. This is 17. There's one last goal to work on. Can I see the next slide? Yes, SDG number 18, Society, Harmony, and Happiness. That is not part of the 17 goals. There is one more that we need to work on, and that is SDG 18. Can we create a society that's harmonious and happy without all the problems that we're having right now? Because these are issues that everyone is suffering from, especially from the point of view of mental health, right? We work so hard, we aim for the best of our lives, yet still find ourselves having a lot of mental health concerns. And as youth advocating for the future, you play a role in this. And finally, the last slide, please. Yes, so there are 7 trends you are part of when you talk about youth advocacy. Number 1, you start to observe that the government is part and parcel of what you do, right? It was being said by the first speaker anyway. The government, the role of institutions play a role. So when you see your university start working and networking with other institutions, you need to know, you need to observe, you want to be able to be part of it. Second, citizenship advocacy is very important. What does it mean? This trend here means that you are part of an advocacy and you can lead something. The youth can come together and lead something together, and you need to do that. Third is entrepreneurs. You can always seek entrepreneurs, especially social entrepreneurs, to come and be part and parcel of your education so that they can help you to understand what youth advocacy is all about. Number 4, there is a need for you to think about what is that special advocacy you want to work on, right? Is it climate change? Is it green city? Is it indigenous heritage? Is it youth employment? Is it maternal health, for example? So what do you want to work on, right? Number 5, social media is a very important part of what we do. Don't neglect it, but use it wisely. Number 6, now everyone here is part of a knowledge community. Now the new knowledge is not the knowledge from artificial intelligence. The new knowledge is coming from knowledge from you. As you keep on working together, the dynamic you have cannot be captured by artificial intelligence unless you feed it. And last but not least, symphonic collaborative network of ecosystem, which is what I mean by SDG number 17 just now, where you work together. We need to work together to make a difference, and social enterprise is in a very privileged position to do that, unlike big companies who are always competing and looking for profit. So with that, I end my session by saying this, that youth advocacy is very important. And if any of these slides help you think this through, I would like you to use this as a cue for you to move forward and make a difference where you are in higher education right now. So thank you, Madam Chairperson, for the time.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Elisa, for such an inspiring and thought-provoking presentation. And now we will move into interactive discussion, part of our session. Thank you so much, Prof, for the material. Is there anyone here who want to ask question offline? Okay, thank you. Guys, can you just help to give the microphone? So one by one, there is like two beautiful girls, professor, who want to ask you a question, and we will start one by one. After a person give their question, and then you directly answer. After that, we move to the next question. Okay, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time that given to me. My name is Happy, and my question is, how do social, technological, economic, ecological, and political factors act as push-pull driver in shaping the future of the digital economy? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Happy. Is it clear for you, Prof, or I just repeat the question?
Oh yeah, it's clear for me. Okay, so someone's asking me about the STEEP analysis actually, right? Society,
Yes.
technology, environment,
And
economy, and politics. How does it shape the future of digital economy? It shapes from the context of this. So when you think about digital economy, we normally don't think of it only from the point of view of technology. We only think of it from the point of view how technology is benefiting society. What can we do? What kind of product? What kind of improvements we can make in our lives from the point of view of using the technology. But if you think about future of digital economy, it is much more diverse. Society is either positively getting something good out of it or not. And technology is very much connected to environment. We know that if you talk about electronic vehicles, right? E-vehicles is something of the future. Yet, how does electronic vehicles affect our lives positively or negatively? How does it change how we live our life? So we need to consider how technology interact with society, societal needs, how technology relate to environment. What we can, amongst you maybe, some of you may be having a scientific mind, is thinking how to create the next electronic gadgets that will help save the society for the future, help us with our health. That is good. But at the same time, you need to understand that when you start thinking about environment, right? If you start thinking about using technology, how does it help us to improve and sustain the environment better or not, right? So we need to consider how environment is positively affected or negatively affected. The other one is the education. How do you understand the education of the future when you talk about digital economy? So would education be something that has to be connected to digital economy only, digital technology only? Do we talk about coding only? Even coding now, we don't have to learn. Coding is something that is easily understood. We can have artificial intelligence in block mechanism that a young child as early as 5 years old can just learn coding just like that. So what is the role of education now? Is education in technology very much centered towards us just learning the technical aspects of it, right? Or should the digital technology be used in a different way to understand what education is all about? So this is the part and parcel, especially when every one of us here, like you're attending this session. I'm attending this session through live through Zoom, right? I don't have to be there. But how do I make an impact to you? To what extent do I help everyone here understand what I'm saying? And it's not going to be easy. So education will be different in the future. How do you make sure people understand beyond the subject matter to internalize it? So education will be different, but it has to be good. It has to make a difference for the people, and it's not going to be easy as it is. Online learning is not necessarily the best thing. And last but not least is politics, right?
Yes.
Think about politics. So it's not a simple process, because we say politics is actually about how society come together and work together and make a difference. Now that's what politics is all about, right? It's not about dirty politics, as we like to talk about, but it's about working together, communicating, coming up with mechanism of problems that we can solve together. Now, how do you leverage technology so that there is inclusiveness? Everybody knows what is being discussed. Everyone has a chance to express their rights. So this is what we talk about the future of digital economy, that you consider all the different aspects that is positively impacted or negatively impacted by the future of digital economy. I hope that helps you.
Yes, okay. I just think that it's so informative answer, Prof. Now we move to the last question, okay?
Thank you for the time and opportunity. The second question is, in the context of sustainability, how might global policies such as the SDG 2030 agenda and ecological issues influence the development of technology and the global digital economy?
Okay, is it clear, Prof, or I just repeat?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I cannot hear because the voice was breaking. Can
Okay.
you summarize for me?
Okay, so in the context of sustainability, how might global policies such as the SDGs 2030 agenda and ecological issues influence the development of technology and the global digital economy, Prof?
Okay, one more time, can you repeat that?
Okay, once
it's
again.
a hard question there.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Okay, in the context of sustainability, how might global policies such as the SDGs 2030 agenda and ecological issues influence the development of technology and the global digital economy? It's a great question,
Okay.
Prof. Time is
Right,
yours.
okay. Right, so we're talking about global policy. We're already having that. You know, global policy here relates to what UNESCO is doing, what United Nations is doing, because SDG 2030 comes from that, and it's being cascaded towards the different nations coming together and participating and agreeing to the climate change policies, and then it cascades down to universities, right, who agrees to commit to the education modules or education system, and what you're learning today, right, it relates to social enterprise and the role of social enterprise into the future. It relates back to how your university help you to understand the social costs that will help eliminate any of those different SDG goals that we want to aim for. So everything goes through what we call a cascading effect. The only thing is we bring in ecology, right? It has always been difficult to connect the dots. Why? Because ecology, if you remember the slide I showed you, where economy is part of society and society is part of environment, what happens is we will the change. We being businesses or economy and society. So if the economy is the one holding the power right now, right, especially big industries, and if social entrepreneurs do not come in and tell a better life or better world that we can be part of, that is where social mission supersede profit, then we can expect that the ecology will be affected, right? Because we need to use resources. And in a digital future of digital economy, technology is, you say, what is it? Green technology. We need e-vehicles. People start talking about e-vehicles. We start talking about smart city. We start talking about solar power. We start talking all sorts of alternative resources Yet we still have to look for them. When we look for them, we're going to use them. Use them, you're going to help it to benefit the whole society. Let's talk about iPhones alone. How many of us keep changing phones, right? How many of us have so many different types of gadgets that we use? And what happens to the gadgets after that? And we're going to have better gadgets out there. And that alone represents what we call the future of digital economy, where ecology will be affected, right? So we are here to stay as youths. We need to understand and ask yourselves, as you move forward and be part of an enterprise and come up with community service project where you come up with products that is much more environmental friendly, you still need to understand how this is affecting and making a difference to the ecology. Do we need more of this type of products, right? So like Duanyam, they came up with all these artisan products. They're beautiful, but can everyone use it? Will we use all of them or not? So the modern world will say that perhaps it's not useful depending on the purpose of it, and yet ecology is something that's main frame of what we're about for the rest of our lives. And you're right. How does it affect the future of digital economy? It is actually affected from the point of view of who holds the power. In this case, if you don't hold the power, if you as youths do not advocate the kind of change that's going to happen, then you will allow big companies to decide for you. AI is here to stay. AI will tell you what's best to work on, and how that data analytics around the AI will tell the big companies what kind of products they can usher you because of your interests, right? So this is a very good question, and I'll post back to everyone what kind of world you want to do or you want to work on will have an impact in terms of the kind of global policy that you can enact as youths coming together and come up with your own statements, bold statements that you will represent as part of your university. So thank you for that question.
Okay, wow. Once again, thank you so much, Prof. Elisa, for your time and for sharing your inspiring insight with us. I'm so sorry because of the time. Now I will hand the session back to our MC for the certificate presentation and group photo. Thank you so much, Prof. Elisa. Now we give applause for Prof. Elisa first. And then I give back to our MC for the certificate presentation and group photo.
Thank you, Prof. Elisa, for your enlightening presentation. We will now proceed with the certificate awarding and photo session. Please keep your camera on and as the IT team capture this moment. On the count 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all speakers for their contribution and to Ms. Beatrix for moderating the seminar excellently. Please give big applause to Ms. Beatrix. Next, we will present the certificate of appreciation to the moderator. We kindly invite the second Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Ms. Anggreni Paridi SME, kindly to present the certificate. Come forward and present the certificate to Ms. Beatrix. Thank you so much, Ms. Anggreni and Ibu Beatrix.
Before we close this event, allow me to read a reflective message from the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Dr. M.A. Perseveranda, as a call for real action following this seminar, actions that we hope can be carried out by both students and lecturers. Here are some post-seminar implementation for students. Students are encouraged to create action plans based on the insight gained from the seminar, develop social projects aligned with the discussed themes, and even form communities or clubs focused on social and environmental initiatives. They are also invited to organize community service activities, enhance leadership and communication skills, build networks with speakers and sponsors, and compile portfolios showcasing their learning experiences. Through these post-seminar actions, students are expected to gain greater benefits, improve their competencies, and transform their seminar's knowledge into meaningful contribution from society. And esteemed guests, as we come to the end of this meaningful international seminar, we would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all participants, both on-site and online, for your active participation throughout today's event.
On behalf of the organization committee, we sincerely apologize for any shortcoming during the event. We hope today's discussion have inspired new ideas and stranger-head global collaboration for social entrepreneurship that drive positive change. Now let us conclude this international seminar with a closing prayer. We kindly invite Ms. Happy Laria Ngabut to lead us in prayer. Ms. Happy Laria, you may now proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we end our meeting international seminar today, let us direct our hearts and minds to God in prayer. Allow me to lead this prayer according to the Catholic faith. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, we thank you for organizing today's successful international seminar. You have brought us from different nations, cultures, and backgrounds to share insight and enthusiasm for creating a more just and prosperous world through social entrepreneurship. We are grateful for every thought, idea, and inspiration you have planted in the hearts of the speakers and participants. May all the knowledge and experience gained today not stay just as words or theories, but produce real action that lead to change from local impact to global transformation. And may everything we do today bring glory to your name. We praise your name now and forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes this international seminar on social entrepreneurship in global era, from local impact to global change.
On behalf of the Master of Ceremony,
I'm Karin.
I'm Rivani.
May God bless you all.
Thank you, everyone.